Tēnā ra koutou nā pō waitaka o tō tātou matua tīpuna. Tuatahi ko te Karakia timataka mō tō Tuhinga Hukihuki Mahere a tau e tūkanga tōku o te rā. Haia te awa, te pūtai tua, te pūtai aho. Haia te awa, te paki ako o te rākau. O maire nuku, o maire raki, o maire mara whenua. I roka a tānei, i raro a tānei, te raki hi a tānei, paku a tānei, hoi atu o tareki. Tūturu mau ki a whakamaua Katrina, tēnā, haumi e hui e, Dyer ki e. E mihi atu mō tō rakatiro o te tepu, o te taiao, kaunihero o Waitaha. Mihi atu mō tō kaiwhakahaere e Craig, e koutou rā. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi mō tō ringaraupa o te taiao kaunihera, mihi atu. Tēnā te mihi mō tō e nā manuhiri a tuaraki mō tō tūkanga tōku o te rā. Nō reira, e kā me nui ki te mihi atu ki tō tātou matanui te raki, a koe e te timataka me te whakautike o tau katoa. Nō reira, kā mihi au ki te kai homai o ka mea pau katoa. Ka maumahara mātou ki a rātou kai tua ko wehi ki tau wairua. Nō reira e koutou rā, o ia marae, o ia iwi, o ia iwi. Haere atu mō tō e nā mate, haere atu rā ki te pāta whakawairua, e takoto. Ka maumahara tia mō tō whānau whanaunga. Kia koe mō tō mema o te kaunihera o te pātako o rākai hautu. E haere atu rā me tō Stuart Miller. Nō reira e Stuart, e haere atu rā ki te pāta whakawairua, e takoto. Nō reira, āpiti hono, tātai hono, rātou ki te hunga mate, ki a rātou, āpiti hono, tātai hono, tātou ki te hunga ora, ki a tātou. Nō reira, koutou rā, me tō kānohi ki te kanohi, me tō cyberspace, nō reira, e nau mahaere mai, o te rohe pōtai o nai tuahuriri, o te pātawhito, te kōhaka kaikai a waro, no maru a maukatere, e mauka whakaruru hau o nai tuahuri. Nō reira, koutou rā, a tēnā koutou, mauria mai e whakako ki te kaupapa o te tūkanga tōku o te rā. Nō reira, tēnā koutou e mihi atu ki a koutou katoa. So, a short translation, I did acknowledge a long time councillor, originally from the Banks Peninsula District Council, Wairewa, also farmer of Banks Peninsula, Stuart Miller. Stuart was indeed a friend of Rapaki, of Te Pātako Rākai Hautu, Papatupu Runanga. He resided at Little River at Wairewa. But also what Stuart was instrumental in doing was implementing and assisting with the amalgamation of the Banks Peninsula District Council with Christchurch, which actually was a lot of work and a lead up to when that happened in 2006. He continued actually as the chair, a member and the chair of the Akaroa Wairewa Community Board, and then he was also given a QSM, actually, just to acknowledge that as well, Queen's Service Medal, for his services to local government in Te Pātako Rākai Hautu. So to Stuart, haere atu rā e hoa, on your way through the Vale, but also to acknowledge his whānau at this time. Kia kaha, kia maia, kia manawa nui. Nō reira, e koutou rā, a tēnā koutou e mihi atu kia koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe tūtahaunuku mō tō Karakia, mō tō mihi timatanga o tātou nei hui tātou nei rā, tēnei te mihi ki a koe. Tēnei te mihi nui ki a koe hoki me tō mihi poraporaki ki a rangatira Stuart. Nei te mihi. I work with Stuart on our work out at Ahuriri. And remember working with Stuart, and a great man. So just want to acknowledge your acknowledgement of him and his family at this time. So welcome everybody. Thank you, Nook, for opening us up. And welcome here, and also welcome to Mark, who's our first presenter today. So we've just got a few procedural things to do, Mark, before we get underway. But thank you for being here, and looking forward to the rest of our speakers that we have today. Obviously, this is an important role for us as councillors to hear from members of our community, as well as groups and some of our district councils that will be coming in to present to us. So, just acknowledging the job we have in front of us for the next 2 days. But a critical part of our role here in terms of determining the annual plan for this year, and of course, ultimately, the rates that we set and the programs that we support going forward. So just wanted to acknowledge everyone for the important time we've got. It is an important time for us, and I think everyone would agree it is good to hear from our community. So looking forward to that. So this is our 596th council meeting. And of course, like I said, we're hearing submissions on our draft annual plan to Tuhinga, Hukihuki, Mahere, Atau. And we've definitely got a quorum present. So welcome everybody. Declare the meeting open. In terms of apologies, I know that Councillor Scott is running a little bit late, so he will be here in the next hour, so apologies for lateness from him. And I know that Councillor Dietsche and Councillor Cranwell were expected to be online. They're not here yet, so I'm assuming they're just having a few technical difficulties, and they'll be here in time as well. Conflicts of interest, anyone got a conflict with anything on the agenda today? No, that's all good. And just next up, we're just going to do a procedural motion, and it's just for the suspension of Standing Order 14.1. And this is just so that I've got a few things on during the day, so that Councillor Deputy Chair Swiggs can come up and take over the seat up here without having to do this every time it happens. So if everyone's happy, we'll put the motion that's on the screen, and that's just so that Dion can come up and do what he needs to do if I need to stay in the room but not chair the meeting. All good. Happy to move that, Claire. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Ward. So moved by Councillor Mackay, seconded by Councillor Ward. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. So the first item we've got is our hearing of submissions. And we've got Carmen ready to just introduce this quickly, and then a couple of motions to pass in regards to this. So thank you, Carmen.
Okay, morning councillors. I'm very pleased to give you the submissions that we've received from the draft annual plan consultation. The submissions have been circulated in 2 separate volumes. So the first volume has all the submissions for those people who would like to be heard today and tomorrow, plus 7 late submissions that we also received. The second volume is all the other submissions that we've received from the consultation process. So we're asking Council to formally receive the submissions this morning and accept the late submissions so that we can then move into the hearings.
Thanks, Carmen. Any questions, people? No, pretty procedural there. So we'll bring up those resolutions on the screen. So the first one's about receiving the submissions, of course, and the Volume 1 and Volume 2, and to accept the late submissions that we did receive as well, that are all attached to our papers. So do I have a mover for that? Councillor Robinson, and seconded by Councillor Edge. Anyone wishing to speak? No, all good. Okay, let's put that to the vote. Thanks, Carmen. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to almost go. So, Mark, if you would move up to the table, and I'll keep speaking in the interim. What we've got today is every individual submitter has 10 minutes. Groups and organisations can have 15, and TAs can have 20. That's sort of the way we do things. But just a note for our speakers, and I know you're experienced at this, Mark. So we've got 10 minutes all up for your slot, and I know you've got 2 slots as well because you're think your wife also submitted, and you're going to present on her one separately after this. And you've got 15 minutes, of course, for your first lot because you're presenting on behalf of the Rolleston Residents Association. So that's 15 minutes in total for your presentation plus questions. So we do have a bell that can ring 1 minute before the 15 minutes, but I'm assuming you're going to be well finished by then. We're into questions. So I'll hand over to you, Mark, when you're ready, and go for it. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Mark Alexander toko ingoa, ko ao manakura o Te Panga Noho o Rolleston. Hello, again. I'm Mark Alexander, Chair of the Rolleston Residents Association. I'm going to start with some additional comments and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. While you were acknowledging those who've gone before us, there is perhaps another who should be acknowledged today. Former Councillor, Selwyn District Councillor Jens Christensen died recently in a motor vehicle accident, and his funeral is this afternoon. Jens was a huge supporter of Rolleston and Selwyn and contributed greatly to our township and district. And so, as Chair of the Residents Association, former councillor and colleague of Jens, I'd like to at least acknowledge his passing because he's had a significant influence in Selwyn, in Rolleston and the Greater Christchurch area.
Tēnā koe, Mark. We actually acknowledged him at our council meeting last week as well, so thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Couple small.
Also in the Mihi, there was also acknowledgement to all of those that have passed on. So, kia ora.
A couple of small items. When you're setting the room up, could there be a table for submitters who bring their own devices? I snuck onto the media table today, but it would be easier if there was actually one for submitters. Secondly, I couldn't find the submissions online, despite searching the website. I didn't think about looking for them to be attached to the council agenda. It would be helpful if a link to those submissions were put on the annual plan project page, so in 10 months' time when I go looking for them again, they're actually there under the annual plan. It was disappointing to read last week that you brought forward the fare increases till the 1st of July. The optics of that is poor. You look surprisingly tone deaf, given that you're holding annual plan hearings this week and that many of us have submitted on those fare increases. I understand why you did it, but it just looks poor. It reinforces the community's thoughts that you don't listen, you don't care. I don't necessarily agree with those, but that's what it looks like. Rolleston needs improved public transport services within Rolleston now. Rolleston's population is about 32,000 and growing daily. It is poorly served by public transport. The 820 service Burnham to Lincoln goes through Rolleston and Springston. It's an hourly service. The number 5, Rolleston to Broughton, excluding peak times, is a half-hourly service. The coverage of the 820 and number 5 and 85 services within Rolleston is paltry and poor. It's too late to give the excuse that another service review is coming. Rolleston needs and deserves better services now, and services need to be able to adjust to growth as it happens, not years later. Selwyn approved a 3,500 household subdivision on the west side of Rolleston in November, in a mediated settlement with the Carter Group. We, community and ECAN, need to be planning for the bus routes in that subdivision now, not at some time later in a service review with buses to arrive possibly a decade later. It's not good enough. We have an increasing number of elderly folk in the Rolleston community who can't walk the distances required to catch either the 820 or the 5 service. Rolleston is the second largest urban area in your rohi. Second largest by population and area. It's poorly served. The 85 service is a victim of its own success. It is so successful that the buses are often full before they get to Kidman Street, and passengers are left standing at the bus stop because the driver cannot allow any more passengers on the bus. That actually is turning people off the service. Finally, your online submission form wasn't great. It didn't easily allow for additional comments on the topics that were proposed, and didn't easily allow a submission to add discussion about other points, about topics you didn't propose. A cynic might suggest that you were deliberately attempting to reduce the opportunities for submitters to make additional comments. I'm not saying that I'm a cynic, but that's how it read. Getting back to our submission, we understand why you're having to go to fair zones, but we oppose it. It'll significantly impact Rolleston and Selwyn public transport users. There's more environmental benefit from one passenger on the Rolleston service to Christchurch than one passenger travelling within Christchurch. If fair zones are based on the distance travelled, then there needs to be more zones that define a granularity. It will be 2 zones from Rolleston to Templeton or Prebbleton to Hornby. 1 zone from Templeton to Sumner. Think about it. We acknowledge this is pushing a barrow uphill and we will not win this one, but we'd like you to push harder back against central government, against their cost changes to public transport and their stupid focus on fare box recovery to the detriment of the services. We supported the proposed Darfield West Melton Rolleston service as long as the residents supported it, and I understand they didn't. That's unfortunate. We support the proposed improvements to the 85 service in part because we don't know what they are. So it's really hard to support when there's lack of detail. More capacity is needed now, not late in the 25-26 financial year as proposed in your annual plan. It's difficult to support the rate increase when you don't know what the increases are, the improvements are, so you don't know how the costings have been arisen. If you're only proposing to increase the service late in the financial year, then a lower rate increase might be actually more feasible and more reasonable. Your performance targets, page 60 in your annual plan for public transport, are pretty timid. They're modest, and we don't believe they're sufficiently challenging for the service providers. We support your proposed changes to the fees and charges, but again noting that the proposed increase to aim at an average return of 66% is too timid. You should be aiming at 75%. That would be a reasonable balance between ratepayer and user. Getting towards the end of the submission, your rating examples in your annual plan for Selwyn were pretty sparse. In our area, there was no rural lifestyle example, so it's hard to see what the impact of the proposed rating changes are when there's no example. The urban property value was too low. Page 137 of your annual plan, the Rolleston urban area review, the increase is good, but I'm not sure that it actually accounts for all growth areas in Rolleston. And then why aren't Prebbleton and Lincoln urban areas being similarly amended? They are also growing, but you're not proposing to review those areas? Seems that you're missing the opportunity to capture the urban growth and the urban rate. Ka nui te mihi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, Mark. Thank you for your submission. Do I have any questions from councillors? No, the message was pretty well received. Dion, and then I'll go to you, John.
One thing you mentioned that you would support the bus route if the residents supported it, and the message has been pretty clear that the residents haven't supported that. Well, the ones that have submitted anyway. Is there any substitute or other option that you, as a residents or organisation, have thought about?
No, the Rolleston residents haven't looked at another option because we're focused on our area. But if I can speak personally from my experience as a Selwyn councillor, there is an urgent need for public transport connections. There is an enormous number of people who don't have opportunities. the government are poor at providing services for Selwyn, and if you don't have an opportunity to public transport, you end up with this catch-22. The government says you're not coming to, you're not visiting MSD, you will cut your payments, but you can't visit MSD if you've no transport to get there. I didn't see any advertising for these changes. I didn't see any consultation. I wondered whether they were poorly explained. I see there are other submitters who suggest yes, there may be opportunities to work with some other different providers on service options. But it's needed in some form or another.
Thank you. John?
Just to say thanks for your submission, Mark. Any question would be leading, so I won't go there. But recognise what you bring to the table. Thank you.
Kia ora, John. No.
Oh, kia ora, Mark. I just had a question around, your whakatau around raised bus fares. And you did remind us that we're in an election year at the beginning. So I was just thinking that obviously it's concentrating on a user pay situation, as opposed to, if that didn't happen, the other alternative is to put it in the rates, which would possibly put the rates up right across, the board. So I just wondered, what sort of comment you'd have with that.
Well, funnily enough, those who aren't using the buses benefit just as much as those who are. Because I've got to get to a funeral this afternoon, I didn't catch the bus today, which is unusual for me. I drove. When you hit the tailback on the motorway at Curlett's Road, every person who catches the bus from Rolleston potentially reduces that tailback by one car. So the car driver is benefiting from the public transport use as much as the bus user. Environmentally, there's no question that a bus user benefits, and that environmental benefit is for everybody, not just the bus user. I think that we have to take a longer view of the system, and getting more people on the buses is a win-win for everybody. And we can't keep, as this government's focus appears to be, on the personal vehicle, single occupancy vehicle. That's nuts. And frankly, it will impact significantly. The fare increase and the two-zone increase will significantly impact Rolleston commuters. There will be more who say, oh, bother this, I'll take my own vehicle. And that's a poorer outcome for the whole community than getting more people on the buses.
Just one more comment. Hey, thanks for that. I appreciate it. I think it's a bit of a long bow, but anyway, it's really good for the councillors, actually, that when they go to public meetings, that is actually the answer that they'll give. Kia ora.
Thanks, Nick. Grant, and then Ian will be our last one. Yep.
Thanks, Mark, for your submission. My question is, in terms of the Rolleston Community Group, I did read one submitter saying that they, in order to overcome the congestion within a certain part of the journey into Christchurch City, that they park their car in Hallswell. What's your feeling on your community's or your community's feelings on park and ride facilities just slightly outside, somewhere between Rolleston, Christchurch, whatever, where people can congregate, and perhaps it then becomes more efficient for a bus to make those connections? Does that happen?
Oh, there are park and rides within Rolleston which meet the 85 service, and the 85's full. My observation is once you get a person in a car, they're less likely to get out of that car again to catch a bus. So my view is that the further you drive away from where you live to catch a bus, the less likely you are to catch that bus. People driving to Hallswell, you could drive to Hornby or Templeton to catch the bus as well, and I suspect people might when you change the fare zones. But that doesn't, that still compromises the validity of the whole argument of public transport. That, if we can get people on the bus from Rolleston, that's a 30k journey into the centre of town and back, 60 k's a day. That's a win for the environment and for the person. And when I speak to my wife's submission, I can outline that a bit further.
Thanks, Mark. Ian, last question.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. Nook asked the first part of my question. So the second part of that same question is, if you're saying that there's a whole lot of benefit in shifting people from Rolleston into Christchurch by public transport. The counter-argument might be that as a regional council, we should be trying to plan where you have the most rational use of where people live in terms of where they work and therefore transport needs. And are we not creating a worse problem for ourselves by trying to overly subsidise the longer distance transport fares rather than encouraging people to live as close as possible to where they work?
If you can drive down the price of housing within Christchurch, then do so. People come to Rolleston in particular because it's a much better value proposition for housing. Newer houses, bigger sections, better environment for less money.
I get that, but then if you moved industry out to Rolleston and so they still worked out with...
Well, that's happening. The success of iZone, iPort, and the other industrial subdivisions are happening. People's ability to work from home,
But subsidising public transport to encourage people to take longer journeys, isn't that counterproductive to all that?
No, well, it's actually meeting the reality. It's saying that the environmental outcome is better the more people that use public transport than take single occupancy diesel or petrol powered cars into town.
I think you've answered that really well. Thanks, Ian. So happy to move into your second submission now on behalf of Lynda. So where you go, if you're ready to go.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
As you noticed, I'm not my wife. She's much better looking than me. I'm presenting her submission because she's working this morning. She works in town here. She has a work supplied car park. But she chooses to take the 85 service because it has a number of benefits for her. There's a financial benefit. It's cheaper than running the car. There's an environmental benefit. It's better for the environment. And a health benefit. It's a whole lot less stressful. We'll let the bus driver deal with the chaos on the motorway. And she gets to do her Wordle on the bus on the way in. It's a win-win-win for her and the community. However, it's getting more and more difficult for her because, as I've said, the 85 service is increasingly full. Before it gets to its last stop in Rolleston, it's full, so full that the bus driver will not take on any more passengers. She is fortunate, as are others, that they can then change to the 5X or the 5, but that's a much longer journey and a much more convoluted route. The community thinks that you're deaf, that despite repeated requests about the service being at capacity, particularly during the school term, nothing has happened. Your inability to respond to that is actually to the detriment of the service. You seem to move often at glacial speeds. In fact, glaciers are probably retreating at a faster pace than ECAN responds to requests from the community. And this is causing, and she's observed it, passengers are no longer catching the public transport services because it's just, they're unsure and uncertain about the timings. And that's a bad outcome that you, ECAN, should not want nor encourage. So I'm scrolling through there. She agrees, again, about the fees and charges. You're being a bit timid. Set your recovery goal higher and set the fee recovery at that level. 25% is a fair, 25.75 is a fair recovery between ratepayer and users. There's public good in consenting. But currently the ratepayers are subsidising it too high. So, that's really about her. She just really wants the improvements to 85. She's not keen on the fare increase in the two zones. Again, in a similar argument, it will impact her. She will probably keep using the 85 because there are benefits you don't immediately see. But it's a harder argument for the community to sell them when the fares go up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions for Mark? on this one? Councillor Southworth, Vicky?
Yeah, kia ora, Mark. Thanks for advocating so well for your community and public transport in particular. Just in terms of, so there's two aspects to public transport and fares in my mind. One is about the distance. So I've always bought into exactly your argument that it's reasonable to have people paying a low fare coming from a long distance, albeit that it's saving much more in petrol than you would do if you're coming a shorter distance. But you give up some of your time because it is slower using public transport. So that's a fair swap. But some of those, the more direct services coming from the likes of like Rangiora and Rolleston are actually very quick. So you gave the example of Sumner, for example, travelling, but it's actually much slower service. So, you know, coming from Rangiora, you can get into the centre faster than you can coming from Sumner. And so do you think it's reasonable, perhaps with those more direct and express services, to have a higher fare relative to the city buses, or do you just think it just should be flat regardless? And of course, some of what this comes into is about trying to uplift services, having enough capacity, funding to raise service quality.
Hadn't really considered the argument about the travel time. It's hard, particularly in Rolleston, where you have a mixture of services, the 85, the 5X, and the 5, that can take a variable amount of time. The 85 and the 5X on a good day are as fast as driving. I've timed it. When I was coming here for meetings, I would leave Rolleston at the same time as the 85, and I'd pull in here at the same time the 85 pulled in across the road. That's not well advertised, but there's no point advertising it when there's no capacity. And you know, there's the intangible benefits. Commuters compare the cost of the fare versus what fuel they're putting in their petrol tank, but the fuel on the petrol tank is only a proportion of the real cost. I think the example I've been using with the distance is just how two zones for the eastern portion of Selwyn is you've got to draw a line somewhere, and then that just makes it absurd. That if you want to go to a zone-based system, you need a finer granularity, so that it's not. And the example of Templeton to Sumner, it takes a long time, but it's one zone. And Rolleston to Templeton will be 2, Prebleton to Hornby will be 2. You're never going to get people taking the bus from Prebleton to Hornby if it's 2 zones. It just makes no sense, but the environmental outcome is poor for our roading network and our parking network if they do.
Thanks, Mark. John?
I guess just thanks, Mark, and to your wife, and I just sort of thinking through the other permeations of the 86 and the constraints. Do you have any view on opportunities that might arise for alleviating some of the 86 issues along the way, or prefer not to comment?
It's outside of my scope of these submissions, but I think we just need to work on a better solution for Selwyn, and probably the further flung bits of Rangiora, Waimakariri, because it's just people are being stranded. And it's just not a good outcome.
Thank you. I've just got one to finish off. And it's sort of related to, and it's not for right now, but it's something for the future. And I think we might as well sort of use your expertise while we have you, Mark. And that's with the national ticketing system, more to move. There may be a chance in the future to, because you tag on, tag off, to cost rides for how long the portion of the riders. Do you think that's a good idea?
That might be a better solution where it's more granular, and rather than have a whole, just simply 2 zones which are pretty coarse and inequitable, to have it a system that's somewhat set where you can, you'll be able to identify where the get on, get offs. We're told that part of the problem today is that you can't identify where people get off and how far they're travelling. But that might be a better solution. A finer granulated fare system to represent the distance. It might well be a better outcome.
Cool. Thanks, Mark. Thank you. Thanks for your submissions this morning. As I said, really knowledgeable. You've got lots of experience and you've brought lots of challenges with your submission today. So thank you. But also lots of
thank you.
support as well.
I sympathise with you with the hard time you've been having over the environment and the lake openings and things this week. It's a no-win situation, so I have a great deal of sympathy for you all.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mark. Because we're right on time, we're going to move straight on with our next presenter, Tyrone. I know you're there on the back and you've got a couple of people from the community with you. So welcome up and happy if they come with you as well. And as you're right, when you're ready, you've got 10 minutes for the slot, and so that includes questions. So if you want some questions, make sure we leave a bit of time for that. So hand over to you, Tyrone. Kia ora. Yeah, push a button. Yep, there you go.
So the answer is I don't know how to work the microphone. Kia ora tātou, called Tyrone Fields aho. Currently the Christchurch City Councillor for Banks Peninsula, but here in my own personal capacity, and I've brought my good friend John Thacker along as well. And I just want to start off by saying I really appreciate the work that you're all doing here at ECAN. I think I know how hard you all work, and you know it's and doing really, really important work. And so thank you for that. And in particular, the work that you've done around the transport network. I'm pretty much a one-issue submission, which is going to be around buses, but I'll come to that in a second. But I think the improvements that you've made to the transport network over the years have been really outstanding. I'm a regular user of the number 8 bus from Littleton. I'm a resident in Littleton and use that bus quite frequently, and the service has been outstanding. The work that you've done also around during the cruise ship season has been excellent, so really, really appreciate how ECAN's stepped up on that. And in particular, I just want to Mihi to Councillor Southworth, who's been an excellent representative for the Peninsula, and also Councillors Korako and Cranwell, who really advocate very strongly on Peninsula issues, so really appreciate that. So just the guts of my submission, I guess, is that I know that you're going through a network review for public transport this year. Governor's Bay is wonderful little community just on Banks Peninsula, not too far from Littleton, not too far from Cashmere. I think it's probably about a 7-minute commute from the sign of the Takahe. And I would love, please, for you to consider bringing Governor's Bay into the network, however that's done. But just to be able to connect Governor's Bay to the city in the public transport network, that's all I'm really asking for. I know that it's definitely on your radar, so I probably don't need to say too much more than that. But I just think that there's an opportunity there that would be create some of the best bus rides, I think, probably in the world, but also just to be able to connect our communities to the rest of the city. John, you're a frequent. Now I often see John on the bus, and he's a frequent user. So over to you.
Oh, sorry.
You're in. There you go.
Is that good? I'm quite involved in tourism, and over the years I've been involved with ships, and I do go to the Littleton Information Centre, Littleton Harbour Information Centre, every week. It's a voluntary organisation. And we get a lot of feedback from tourists who, a third of them don't leave Littleton. The rest go on tours. But if we had a bus that linked Governor's Bay and even went further around, there are lots of attractions that tourists can go to, and they could hop on and off the bus and use that facility. Now, we've had a bus stop at Governor's Bay for a long time, since the earthquakes, and it's sitting there empty. And it's only 1.8 kilometres from Rapaki to bring the bus a bit further to more people who would use the bus. My wife and I live in Governor's Bay. We're at the head of the harbour there. But I do know from the people that live around near us, they're older people, but they can't get into town now, some of them, because of not being able to drive. That's one of the reasons. But just that connection, I think we're missing out in the tourist season of having a link. You could almost have a link that went from Littleton right through to Governor's Bay and then beyond to Onitahi, to the gardens there, to Autumn Bradley Park, and then you could even take it to, eventually, to Diamond Harbour. Now, it would be an electric bus, easy to run. You needn't start with a big bus, you could start with a small bus. It was something I advocated early on, and they poo-pooed me on the idea of having a smaller bus, but then they got what they called My Bus. But My Bus only went as far as Rapaki, and the bus now only goes as far as Rapaki. It's a limited timetable to Rapaki, but you've got all sorts of attractions through there, and I think it would become frequently used. I mean, let's face it, you take your car out of the garage, that costs you $5 just to take it out of the garage. You might as well look at it like that. We're all independent, we all like to travel on our own and so on, but if I want to travel into town, I have to take my car out of the garage and I go up to the Tākehi and I hop on a number 1 bus. Now, if we had that link going through there, it's a very good road now up through the Tākehi, up through Dyer's Pass. There's no reason why the bus couldn't link through there, and I'm sure that people would use it.
I think excellent points, John. So I think we're probably open for questions now, and I also note that my good friend Jeremy Dyer is here he's the publican in Governor's Bay as well, so it's good that he's coming to talk hopefully about buses in Governor's Bay as well. But anyway, questions, please.
Kia ora, Tyrone, and acknowledge you for the work you do as well with City Council and the hard work that you and your colleagues do, and how we work together on a whole bunch of things. So kia ora, thank you. I've got questions actually from Dion and Ian straight up. So Dion.
Thanks for your advocacy, and yes, it is something that is on the radar. I've got 2 questions quickly. The first one is around the tourist bus. Is it appropriate for ratepayers to be paying for a tourist bus? I have a slight problem with that, unless it was linked to some benefit for the ratepayers, because ultimately ratepayers and taxpayers will be paying for it. The second question would be for a Governor's Bay service. At the moment, you more than anybody would understand the pressures and challenges that we have around funding and whatnot from central government. But would you be looking, or would it be useful to have a commuter time service or an all-day service?
Thanks for your questions, Dion. So I guess probably to your first point, so the appropriateness of it. I guess, I mean, the direction of the current government has been to grow the tourism sector, and we've got a cruise ship terminal in Littleton that brings in north of 200,000 visitors every year. So I think that the challenge for us as a city, as an attractive destination, is to create a good offering for visitors. I think that so in terms of bang for buck, yes, there's some cost involved, and we're not going to be able to recoup the cost of providing a bus for tourists. But I think improving the offering and improving the visitation experience for people to Christchurch is all part of growing our economy and growing that tourism sector for Christchurch. So I think that's a value, that's an investment that I think would ultimately bring value. And the second question, was it around having an all-day service or just a peak time? Peak time, yeah, that's a really good question. And I think probably, I mean, my personal feeling on it would be that a peak time thing would probably be the best scenario, and definitely initially. Again, like, I know that costs of running a bus service, it doesn't necessarily wash its face, but if you live in Governor's Bay or Diamond Harbour and you want to go to work in the morning, you have to cross Dyer's Pass effectively and go through quite a significant bottleneck at the bottom of Dyer's Pass Road, and that's just going to get worse. And we need to start thinking outside the box about how we're going to be able to get people through that bottleneck. So, I mean, certainly a a commute, like a peak time service, would be beneficial in that way early on, and then it's just kind of a bit of suck it and see, really. Yeah, I'm certainly not here to try and waste ratepayers' money. I'm incredibly mindful of those costs, but we just need to be able to just also provide equity and good service for those ratepayers as well.
Thanks, Tyrone. I've got Ian and then Vicky.
Look, my question was related to Dion, my twin brother's first question, which is, is it appropriate if it's, I get what you're saying about it would be quite a stunning bus ride from Sumner right through
Sumner to Governor's Bay. Sumner to Governor's Bay, it would be the greatest bus ride in the world. Imagine that.
So then the question is, is that appropriate for public transport if it's if it is a sightseeing, tourism, whatever, or is it a private enterprise? And if it is such a good idea, shouldn't private enterprise be filling that gap?
Well, I mean, that's the age-old question, isn't it? I just think that the purpose of public transport is to be able to provide equity for our citizens who can't necessarily afford private transport or whatever. But like, we need to be able to connect up our suburbs as well. Like, I mean, what sort of city do we want to be, really? Do we want to be like a connected city that connects up all its communities, or do we just want to be we'll just leave it up to whatever happens? It's we really have to ask those questions. They're deep questions.
Ian, I've got a few more councillors that want to ask questions. So, Vicky, thanks, Tyrone, and then that'll finish it.
Yeah, thanks, Tyrone, and I totally share your enthusiasm for these connections, and I think also just noting that the coastal pathway, which is something we've invested in as a city, goes from Sumner, but it takes so long to get from Littleton across and around, and from the harbour across and around. So it's a shortfall for tourists who aren't necessarily the ones coming in only on cruise ships. Like, we're talking about all tourists who come to Christchurch, which is many, including tourism locally with the Christchurch community goes for their day trips out and around, and so there's an opportunity there. So I'm wondering, I don't see it as being a bus for tourists or a bus for locals. Those buses service both of those things, and collectively that might create enough demand that you can justify services. And I would have thought that we actually need some during the day as well as during the commuter time, because people don't just commute at start of the day and end of the day. People need to use buses for other things. So, would you, given that connectivity or the possibility of boosting demand through the tourism season, do you think there might be some logic in maybe trialling something during that period and seeing how well used it is? Or do you think it should be something that we'd look at as a full year-round type of service and see what opportunity there might be to deliver on that?
Thanks, Vicky. Look, I think philosophically, I'm probably somewhat of an incrementalist. So I think that just don't go for the big all singing, all dancing option. I think it's probably better just to try something and just see what the uptake is. And the uptake demand's kind of a bit of a funny sort of a thing in how it works. I mean, but I think that if we try something, we might find that it's actually like a really good, it adds so much value to our communities and to our city and to the tourist experience or whatever, and acknowledging all those different users of the public transport network. But I'd really just, if there was one takeaway I'd want this council to take away from this submission, is that please just try something, and it doesn't need to be the fully formed solution. Just a connection, and like a summer bus from Sumner to Governor's Bay or whatever it is, the beach to beach, the 28A, Vicky, that we've talked about. But so and then maybe we'll find that it's a really good service, and that it demands further exploration.
Kia ora, Tyrone. We are out of time, but good. Oh, good. Cool. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Nook. Hey, thank you, Tyrone. And also, I just want to acknowledge, I know you used to work here, John, so just acknowledge you for your work in the past.
I just want to add to that. It was a learning curve with number 8. Now, we talk about ratepayers' money. Well, number 8 bus used to go into town, and the tourists soon got to know that it was cheaper to go on the bus than any other way, because they were being charged something like $35 just to go into Christchurch. Now, we all benefit from buses, we all benefit from the city, we all benefit from tourism. It's a nonsense saying that the ratepayers don't get their money's worth. So that's what I wanted to say, really, was that we've got to start somewhere. And for goodness sake, 1.8 from Rapaki, have you actually done a survey how many people go on that bus from Littleton to Rapaki? 2 men and a dog. Just try it sometime.
Kia ora, John. Thank you. Thanks. Kia ora koroa. Thank you. Jeremy, I know you've been waiting patiently there. If you'd like to come up. So thank you for coming along. And a nice T-shirt there. Been to the Toro Meadow a few times myself. Awesome place. So thank you. So hand over to you. As I said, we've got 10 minutes for the slot. But, 15 for Jeremy. Cool. I think you're representing the group, so that's cool. So away you go.
Thank you. I wasn't aware that John and Tyrone were coming today, and I acknowledge Tyrone's advocacy for extension of bus public transport services to Governor's Bay. My feeling around whether it's a tourist service or a ratepayer service that we're advocating for is neither here nor there. I do acknowledge that I have a vested interest, having been the publican at Governor's Bay Hotel, Otoro Miro Hotel, as I hope you know it is now, for 20 years. In that, over that time, I've had countless requests for public transport from the airport to Governor's Bay, and I'm fully aware of the need of residents of Governor's Bay to get to the airport, the city, and particularly older residents needing to go to doctors who maybe have lost their licence. We've got a great local Ralph who's turning 100 this year, Ralph Woodward, and his wife who's in her 90s as well. They lost their licence a while ago, can't get to the city to go shopping without getting someone to pick them up, drop them off, take them back to Governor's Bay again. I also appreciate there's a lot of young families living in Governor's Bay as well that would like to get their kids to sports on the weekends, send them off to the movies, and people perhaps wanting to head to the Littleton market to pick up groceries and things on the Saturday. I think, in terms of a gold-plated service, Sumner to Diamond Harbour, I think you can start off a lot smaller, and merely an extension to the Rapaki service at the moment is what we're asking for and advocating. I would like you to also consider the demographic of Te Whakarapo, the harbour region. You have approximately 1,000 residents in Governor's Bay. You have approximately just under 1,000 in Diamond Harbour, and you have maybe just over 1,000 in Littleton itself. So somewhere in between, you have Rapaki, which has population of Nook. Maybe 50. Then you have 1,000 people in Governor's Bay. It just does not make sense to me to terminate that service in Rapaki. Never has, never will. I have submitted on this issue before, and if we look at the history of public transport to Governor's Bay, you have the service prior to 2000, which I'm not really overly familiar with. that service was terminated at some stage prior to my arrival to Governor's Bay, but pre the earthquakes of 2011, there was a gold-plated service that was, in my mind, crazy in that you have a bus service going from Cashmere to Governor's Bay. You've got 10 Ks of just space in between. As then and as is now, I put in a submission saying just extend the Rapaki service. It seems like a very inexpensive service. As John pointed out, you're going, another 2 Ks down the road, you've got to pay a bus driver another half an hour. Quite often I drive along that route and see the bus just waiting at Rapaki for a half an hour anyway, waiting to pick up someone. In terms of a potential timetable, I would advocate for a peak time service, say 7 a.m. Monday to Friday, and a return service in late afternoon, early evening. I fervently believe that, there's a case for ratepayers that work in the city to have this service available to them. It's a more sustainable mode of transport, obviously, if you're looking at it from an environmental perspective. And I would definitely look at a weekend service. Again, if I go back to the pre-2011 service, it was a Monday to Friday service. Frequent trips over in the hill, frequently empty midweek. It seemed to me doomed to fail. If you've got a later morning service on the weekend, around say 10:30, people could get to the airport, people could get to Littleton Market, people could get to the city, go to movies, meet up for sports, meet up with friends and so forth. So, whilst I see it as perhaps one of the most spectacular routes a tourist could go on, I really am advocating very strongly for the residents of Governor's Bay, 1,000 residents that have no service whatsoever. Now, if you look at other transport options to Governor's Bay, yes, you can call an Uber. I can tell you 9 times out of 10 they cancel when they see the distance they've got to arrive to. Yes, you can get a Blue Star, Gold Star taxi as well. Again, it is a fairly large cost. I'm thinking back to some residents that have had ACC claims, and there was a huge cost to taxpayers to pick up taxi service for them. If there's a public transport service, that's some costs that I don't know who's the benefactor of that, whether it's ACC or local government or what have you. I would also like to, mention that the rebuild of the Governor's Bay jetty was funded heavily by council. It wasn't intended just to be the benefit for those with cars. It is a spectacular walk around that harbour region, a bus service to bring people to where there's opportunities to join in the coastal walkways, the hill walkways, and to visit the Governor's Bay jetty would be tremendous. I think, that, as John pointed out, the infrastructure's there. All you need to do is extend the service, and, pay a bus driver another half hour. Great, to suggest an electric bus for this, but really at the moment, you could just do it like that, just by extending that Rapaki service. I've pretty much doubling up on a lot of what Tyrone has said, but I think I've pretty much made my point. I was going to point out that post 2011, when the bus service was cancelled between Cashmere and Governor's Bay, we got the Gov Bay service, which we partially funded as a hotel because we thought this would be a good thing for us to have this service, to be able to bring tourists, to bring customers to the hotel, and we subsidised that service for some time. Again, much like the previous bus service, I kind of think the Gov bus was set up to fail as well. A lot of funds invested in, purchasing the vans, but when you relied on volunteers that were reluctant to drive at night, reluctant to drive on weekends, it failed. So and lastly, I'm sure most of you are probably aware that of the 12 hotels that existed once upon a time around Te Whakarapo, Aotearoa is now really the last of traditional hotels. It is an icon of the bay, and I think if you look at the other options around the bay, you've got Charters Bay Golf Course, you've got Living Springs, the ability to get people to Ohinatahi, Aotearoa, Living Springs, Charters Bay is too good of an opportunity to miss out on. If I was perfectly honest, where you could terminate the extension of the service, you've got Allendale, a turnaround that's sort of really built in there already. In that, and you also get to those residents that are further down to Allendale, and you can get people up to Living Springs for all their conferences and that sort of thing as well. Okay, I've been rambling a bit, and I'm pretty much done. Thank you for hearing me out.
Kia ora, Jeremy. Thanks for your passionate advocacy of your community there.
Cheers.
I've got Nook first, and then Ian, and then Genevieve, if we've got time.
Tēnā koe, Jeremy, mō tō whakarakatira o te oto miro o te whare Waipiro, mihi atu. And also I want to acknowledge Tyrone and John actually as the previous submitters. I have got a question, but I just need to mention one thing, particularly around the Rapaki bus. First of all, that's where the changeover is, so they're not waiting on Rapaki people to come up to get on that bus. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you follow that bus, it also stops in Corsair Bay, it stops in Cass Bay, and by the time it gets to Rapaki, then all the people pretty much have actually gone, depending on the time of the day. So don't forget that it's not just the Rapaki bus for Rapakians, it's actually also for the whole of the that northern side actually to Littleton. The other part of it, Jeremy, is that and the Gov's bus here was a great idea, and I agree with what you were saying. But you're a business person. Also, the previous submission was talking about the demographics of Governor's Bay, which is pretty much it's getting older. Okay, the demographic itself. The other part is that when you look at the demographic at Rapaki, unfortunately, there are over 5,000 people that have ancestry to Rapaki, but because of these various land tenure situations, travesty is that they can't go back and live on their own land. So that's why, you might have 50 people there, but potentially, and when you look at the families that are coming back now, they've got school children, and those school children actually will start frequenting the public bus once they get to primary school or even to secondary school. But you as a business owner, and obviously you were instrumental in that Govs bus. So why not think about this? And this is my question. Even if they ran the Rapaki bus, what about a public-private partnership from Rapaki to Governor's Bay, by where your Gov bus actually doesn't go all the way over the hill? It actually picks up people from Rapaki and then continues on to Governor's Bay and back. That's, to me, only interim, because what I've found in this place, to change anything, it takes quite a while. But the reason for it is you've got to have examples of, why they should change it. So my question to you is, what about the public-private partnership again, but going from Rapaki to Governor's Bay and back to Rapaki?
I just, personally, I mean, I think that's a good idea, but I just think that bringing in another mode of transport just for that short section would be cost ineffective, whereas extending the present service from Rapaki onwards would be a very cheaper option. I'm not going to be the publican of Aotearoa forever. If you're talking about a public-private enterprise where, somehow my business is involved, you've got other businesses there, I guess, as well. But I just think, and look, I didn't mean to diminish this service.
Push your microphone.
I didn't mean to diminish the service going to Rapaki at all, Nook. I think that's a very valuable service. I just think extending it, on to Governor's Bay and Allendale would make economic sense and be utilised by a much broader demographic.
Thanks, Jeremy. Ian, you've got your question.
Well, and it's sort of follow on a bit from Knox, but listen very carefully. You're a businessman. You were talking about all these different potential uses and the benefits in terms of especially supplying the businesses that live around the Littleton Harbour Basin, and I get that. But is that better served by a public transport service or a private enterprise? And the question about the public services, whenever we put on new bus services, the criticism from a lot of more remote communities is we get the timings wrong or the service frequency wrong and everything else. So again, is and you talk about the old Governor's Bay service that was set up to fail. Is there a danger that if we take it on from a public service perspective, we'll get that wrong in terms of servicing the needs of the community you've been describing?
I think you start off small, and I note on the present schedule of the port-to-port service that extends to Rapaki, you have a morning service, an evening service, and a Sunday service. It seems to exclude Saturdays for some reason at the moment, but really that is what I'm advocating for, is just a peak time extension, once in the morning, once at night, and again once on the weekend. It just makes sense to me that, you're just going another 2 k's down the road and you're just extending that particular bus service for now, If it is a success and it actually pays its way, I mean, I'm of the opinion that public transport should never be something that pays its way. It's there as a public service to the ratepayers of the city. And I think Governor's Bay residents have a right to have such a service.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thank you.
Cheers.
I'm going to leave it there. So thank you so much for your submission. Kia ora. Yes, Greg.
I just have a question of clarification.
Yep.
We've kind of got this
Yeah,
3
I get it.
days. Are we going to
I get
have? the
I am
same
going to
leeway
remind,
afforded
I'll
to
remind
others later
councillors
on?
like let's get the questions punchy. Like there was like 2 or 3 minute lead-ins to those questions. Like let's get the questions out so that our community can answer them, and not spend a lot of time talking. That'd be great because we've used up a lot of time. We had other councillors wanting to make questions, so just a reminder to us all. And that's nothing on the submitters. It's more about our councillors just getting to the questions really snappily would be good. Okay, so Virginia, I know you've been waiting there. Kia ora. You're from the Malvern Community Vehicle Trust, and all very relevant to the conversation we've had, because I know we used to have a community vehicle trust over on the peninsula as well. But you're from the Malvern Vehicle Trust, so really looking forward to hearing from you and your colleague. So kia ora. You've got 10 minutes for the slot. 15 actually, because you're a part of the group. And then we'll give you a note near the end of that. So thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and thank you for your time. I'm Virginia Askin, my colleague Denise Reynolds. My submission was very short and to the point. There's really only 2 points. One was the proposed costs for the Darfield, Kirwi, West Melton, Rolleston bus run. Twice a day, something like $220 increase to ratepayers. 3 times a day, $300+ increase to ratepayers. That hurts. So I'm against the increase to the ratepayers, because if the bus service doesn't go ahead, I don't see the rates coming back down again. But my second point was our vehicle trust runs a door-to-door service for anyone in the Malvern area. So I'm thinking particularly of elderly who we take to Rolleston for Pacific radiology appointments, hearing appointments, of which there are 3 locations. And thinking of our elderly, a bus actually isn't going to help them because it's not going to get them exactly where they need to go. And for our elderly, walking from a bus stop to any of those appointments could be challenging, whereas we offer our door-to-door service. Our drivers are volunteers, so the running costs is all we ask for. So it's a cheaper service. We can do shopping trips. So I would like to see our service promoted rather than running a bus service which twice a day isn't going to work for our people going to Rolleston for appointments. 3 times a day might work, but as I said, the expense hurts the community. And we operate 7 days a week, so we can get our community where they need to go. So that's really my submission.
Thank you so much for that. Yep, there you go. If you'd like to, there's a bit of time left.
Hi, my name's Denise. I was on the vehicle trust. I came off last year, and Virginia and I were some of the ones that started it. I'm nervous, so I'll just slow down. But I'm also a driver. Now, as Virginia is, from a driver's perspective, we can take up to 3 people in each car. We have 4 cars, we have 1 van, and ECAN is our main funder. I want you to know that. It's important. We offer a very cheap rate. We don't only go to Rolleston, we can go to Christchurch, we can do the airport. Some of the young mums might go to Rolleston, fair enough. But I'm driving on Wednesday. I'm taking somebody to a bank for 10 minutes, then I'm taking them to the hearing clinic. And that person is in Westmar, which is one of our elderly homes out in Darfield. A bus is not going to do that. We take another senior couple down to Rolleston to Aquafit. They want to go and have a coffee, and they may need to do some shopping. A bus is not going to do that because they cannot walk around. So I don't know how many, as Virginia said, of the elderly do it. We also carry a service for young people, and we have another group, Selwyn Shuttles, who also works in the area down to Rolleston and into Christchurch. So I think we're relatively well covered, to be honest. We'd value some questions, please.
No, thank you. We've got some questions. So John and then Claire.
Thank you for your submission. Two quick questions. The first one is, what is the cost to the individual to Rolleston and or Christchurch? And the second question is, what you've said you have 4 or 5 cars and vans. Do you have the capacity to take multiple people in different directions on any particular day? And I just reference that from my own use of, or attempt to use the Ellesmere one, where the cars are already occupied and there's no opportunity. So those two questions, the cost and your...
So Darfield to Rolleston return is $30. Darfield to Christchurch Hospital return is $35. Darfield to Burwood Hospital return is $45. Our capacity, we have the 5 vehicles, so we can, depending on timing, and for hospital appointments, some of them are short, some of them can be 3 or 4 hours. Where we can, if people's appointments are close enough together, we combine them. So yes, if we had, depending again, we can definitely do 5 trips a day with our 5 vehicles, and if people dovetail, we can combine them. And if there's short ones in the morning, then we can do more in the afternoon. So we are a bit limited, but there's not been many days. I'm actually trying to think. In the 9 years that we've been running, I don't know that we have ever not had a car available to take someone where they've wanted to go. There's been a bit of juggling, and yes, we've combined people with their hospital appointments, and there's a little bit of waiting for both of them, either at the beginning or at the end. But mostly people are very happy with that, especially because that $35 to the hospital, if there's 2 people combined, they pay less. They pay half each because it's the car cost, not a person cost. Does that answer your question?
Great response. Claire?
Thank you very much for coming in and giving this submission. I appreciate that it is short and sweet, but and I just want to acknowledge the work that you do too as a voluntary organisation, and obviously quite a bit of organising by some members to get it to run. My understanding from vehicle trusts, and I may well have been wrong in this, was that they were catered more for the elderly and people that had mobility or couldn't drive for various reasons. But you're suggesting that it is available to young people and children and things like that might want to use it to get someplace as long as they pay. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And the other thing I forgot to say is we service as far up as Springfield. We go out Hororata. We do all those areas. The bus is going to go from Darfield, Kui, and West Melton.
Can I add something?
Yep.
Sorry.
Push. Yeah, just push your one, Virginia.
Sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. We have taken a mother with a child for her kindy or preschool drop-offs. The requirement by us is the parent provides the car seat and they buckle it in. We don't want our drivers having to be responsible for managing all the makes and models of car seats.
Thank you. And Peter, last question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this. It's nice to hear this from someone in the community that's utilising transport systems. Have you Selwyn district is the fastest growing district in our area anyway, and there's a big desire, I guess, to put public transport systems in there. So, have you talked to Selwyn District Council about your views on this?
I thought in part that's what the submission was towards, was making our views known, that we are a service and we would love the council, Selwyn District Council, to promote us. And I know ECAN support us in funding every year, and I'm very grateful for that. It has provided funding for our replacement vehicles, so we have a lovely modern fleet.
Thank you. Great. Really appreciate both your submissions, and keep up the amazing work that you do with the Vehicle Trust. So thank you very much. Kia ora. Nick, you're here. Kia ora, Nick. Recognise you from previous years. Welcome up. So you're presenting to us on behalf of the New Zealand Disability Advisory Trust, so thank you. And I know you've got a personal one later as well. Yeah, cool. So yeah, you got 15 minutes for the slot, so if you want some questions, don't take all of that time and we'll get into that. So kia ora, away you go.
Kia ora everyone, I'm speaking in support of the proposed Route 85 Rolleston Direct and the proposed Rolleston Darfield shuttles. I'll cover them off individually. So I use the 85 regularly when I'm going out to Rolleston, particularly in peak time. I used it the other week and noticed full seated load on it, which is a huge improvement. Obviously the extra services are helping. My biggest concern about the proposed changes for the 85 is that the funding's not going to be there to cover it. And of course, when fares go up on the 1st of July, there's probably going to be a huge patronage loss because it'll go back to what it was previously. Obviously, the fares aren't going up by that much, but that will make a difference. Rolleston and Selwyn is the biggest, fastest growing district in the country. We all know that. So I'm not going to muck around and highlight that particular point. The other point that I will, so by adding one or two trips more in the morning and in the afternoon, it will make it more user friendly, and will make it a whole lot easier for people to use it. I've got a number of ideas around that, but that's probably going to not be particularly for this discussion. The other point that I'm going to speak to is the proposed Rolleston Darfield Rolleston return shuttle. As one of the party that had the chance in 2018, 2019 to advocate for the now permanent 86 Darfield service, this is sorely needed. I keep hearing from West Melton locals. Just yesterday, I was out there with our barbecue trailer, and a number of the locals approached me to discuss bus services. Not so much around Rolleston, but more around West Melton. And they see us and they recognise the name and they go, oh, okay. And I'm also aware that you've already heard from the other submitter this morning. I think our results when we did our survey in 2018-19 around Darfield, West Melton, Kuwi bus service indicated that young ones in the area want a bus service at the weekend. There isn't presently anything out there for them, and that's a screaming need. As you are all aware, there's only one Darfield service a day in the morning and at night, and it's not suitable for them. So they're kind of wanting the connection because obviously Rolleston is a hub, and then they can connect into the 5 to go into the city or wherever they need to go. The other thought that could happen, and I don't know whether this has been considered, extend the 820 out to Darfield, because presently it sits over at Burnham up to 45 minutes every 3 hours. There's 2 vehicles, it's 2 drivers. It would make more sense to potentially do that, to maybe look at that option. So yeah, the service that we support, or the option we support, is running three shuttles a day. One in the morning, one in midday, one in the afternoon. Return, because you'll get people going out there that will go out and likely have a coffee and come back. And there are thriving businesses out in Darfield. And the other thing I will do is I will also acknowledge that I was present at the meeting with the Selwyn District Regional Councillor just over a month ago. Myself and Passenger Services attended that meeting at their request. So we discussed a few things around this proposal, and yeah, that's pretty much where I'm sitting. So I'm totally in favour of it.
Kia ora, Nick. Thank you. Do I have questions from councillors for Nick's submission? I think it was straight and direct, Nick, so don't know if there's much to ask there. And I know you've got another one coming up later, so if anyone thinks of anything, in the meantime, we can ask you then. Oh, John, you've got a question.
Thanks, Nick, for your engagement. And I know there were a bunch of conversations around the improvement to the 86 into Rolleston or other options to alleviate some of that pressure from Kirwee, West Melton. Any thoughts on what could be done at the bottom of that 86 catchment to maybe improve the 86 or the processes where people are left behind in Kirwee or West Melton or the like?
Yes, absolutely. With regards to the 86 and the point that was made, with passengers being left behind, very simple fix to that would be to just run another bus in the morning from West Melton. Just the other morning I was made aware by the locals out there that about 20 passengers were left behind departing Preston Downs. So that's Preston Downs and that is also Halkett Road. So when you've got a double-decker bus out there and you've got 20 people being left behind because all the school kids are using it, not a problem with school kids using it, but when they won't give up the space and they put their bags on the seat and they won't respect the adults and let them sit down, that's really something that needs to be funded. And I am aware that Richies have signalled that they've got resources sitting at Ferry Road ready to go. All they need to do is to nod for a additional driver and additional bus to be sent, and it can become an express.
Thank you, John. I think that's all the questions we have for now, Nick. But like I said, if someone thinks of them, and with your next one, we can deal with it then. So thank you. And I know we've got have we got our person waiting online? So we just got an online one in the meantime. So if you're happy to wait, kia ora, thank you. So we've got John online, John Verry. I know you've been waiting there, John. Thanks for your patience. You can turn your camera on if you wish. Don't have to, but be good to see you if we could. And you've got 10 minutes. You can hear me? Oh, there you go. Kia ora, John. You can hear me all right?
Okay. Yes, thanks.
Cool. So yeah, you've got a 10-minute slot there, and that's for the whole slot, including questions. So if you want some questions, just speak for less than the 10, and we'll use that time up for questions. So thank you.
No. Kia ora koutou katoa. I take it that everyone's read the submission, so I won't repeat myself. Just really want to make the point that there is a need for public transport in Malvern, especially in Darfield, Kirwee and West Melton. With the greatest respect, the proposal to go via Rolleston may not be what's really required, and maybe either a daily service could be better utilised by 3 times per week. So really what I would like to just raise with the committee is that maybe some research into what do the people in the area want, what best suits them. Alternatives could be that instead of going to Rolleston, a service goes to Hornby, and then it doesn't need to be every day. Should it just be 3 days a week? There's a few variables there. And then looking at the fact that the trial, it's for a 2-year period and it's a targeted rate. And given the current economic climate, that it seems to be an expensive trial, whereas some further investigation with the Darfield Community Trust, or even looking at a private operator, the money for public transport, and I realise it's not funded through the land transport program, may well come up with a very cost-effective option. So basically all I'm asking is that maybe get some consideration and some thinking outside the square to look at, well, one, what is the need? And if that can be established, then how can that be met? Does it need to be met through a 2-year trial? Thank you for your time, sir.
Kia ora, John. Thank you. Got any questions? Yeah, Councillor Swiggs, Dion, and then I've got Greg, and yep.
Thank you.
So where you go,
your
Dion?
submission is quite detailed, so thank you very much for doing that. The one question that I had on your submission, you said including Tuesdays, which was your proposed service model that why was Tuesday picked? And That was the question. Why is Tuesday picked?
Well, when you get to my stage of life, I've got to thank Winston Peters, and most supermarkets offer a gold card shopping discount. I was just being pragmatic.
Okay, I've got a few years to go before then. Thank you very much. I just didn't know.
Yeah, and other benefits are on Thursday too, I think. But thank you, John. Sorry, I had Greg, and then I've got Peter.
Kia ora, thank you. As Dion said, it is a great submission, very detailed. I just have a question on the consent services fees and charges. You mentioned in your submission that you would support moving to 75% as far as the contribution cost to it. Can you just flesh that out a little bit for us, please?
Yeah, not that I'm an expert, but just from my back of the envelope calculations, that there's a public-private benefit in relation to consenting, and I just thought that in the current situation where there's user pays, that 75% is more reflective of the private benefit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter, Councillor Scott.
Oh, yeah, John, thank you very much for this. Again, I just want to push into the Malvern Community Vehicle Trust, which seems to be a reasonably successful model and operating really well. I think the submitters before this said there were 5 vehicles, including a van. What's the opportunity around that then to integrate that a bit better in terms of, because I understand that if you go on a van, you've got 4 people in it, it's a $35 fare, then it's only $8 something per person. And it's more effective because it's door to door. What are your thoughts on trying to get a better integration?
Yeah, look, I would fully support that. That obviously they run through volunteer drivers, and that's a great service within the community and reflects the community spirit to try and work and help each other. And I think it's a far better use of exploring that possibility, having discussions with the community trust, and maybe putting some funding in there, because although I oppose the targeted rate as presently out for consultation, I would more than readily be willing to pay a targeted rate that was providing, in my view, a more focused service. And I think the Community Vehicle Trust, not that I can speak from experience, but from what I've heard, do an excellent job, and it's a great service and it's really appreciated. And if we've got something like that is a model that works, it's a bit like the tailored service trial in Timaru that was so successful that I think we're then using resources efficiently.
Thank you, John. Any other questions, councillors? No. Hey, thank you, John. And like others have said, thank you so much for your really detailed submission. A lot of thought going into that, a lot of really good ideas as well for us to ponder over. So thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Well,
Thank
you, John. Have a good day. And Nick, you're up again, so welcome back. And welcome up for your personal submission now, so thank you.
Right, it won't take much of your time. Basically, my personal submission is basically what I just said under the trust. Yep. So, as a founder of the 86, I shouldn't say founder, as someone who advocated for the 86 service, the shuttle does need to happen, and it really needs to happen soon. And I'm aware that funding is going to be an issue around this. While it's a 2-year trial, it took more than 2 years to get Darfield to where it is. And it wasn't an easy fight to make that happen. And I shouldn't use the word fight. It wasn't easy advocacy to make happen. We had to work really, really hard to make sure that the service was going to be successful. And judging by the results that I've seen coming through, is that the 86 is well used, and I think that a shuttle linking Darfield to Rolleston will work, because if it's run, as I said, if it's run 3 times a day, it will pick up a lot of those that will use it. While I'm aware that there is the Malvern Community Trust, I'm not opposed to them. I just think that a bus service will do it a little bit better, and while it won't be door to door, it could be be used as a 2-year trial to see how it works. And if it doesn't work, then it's not going to be a great loss to the community. But I suspect with more changes happening in West Melton, with another housing subdivision coming online very shortly, I think that increase is going to be, that service level is going to be needed, because right now the shopping area at West Melton is oversubscribed, and a lot of people are going elsewhere to do their shopping. So, yep, that's pretty much my second submission.
Kia ora, Nick. Thank you again. John?
Thanks, Nick, and yeah, the conversations we had at Malvern, really appreciate your input into there, and you're aware in those conversations we do have a private provider that is doing some service which we cannot integrate into our systems because we can't operate there. Is there an opportunity to better fund maybe the community trust and get a regularised service which would connect into Rolleston as opposed to maybe a bus? Is that an interim step that might be achievable? And then we have to think about the 86 and the oversubscription of that. So do you, would or could that service of the community trust be upgraded to provide some of that service? And what do you really believe we need to do on the 86, even though it wasn't part of our formal consultation?
I believe that the Malvern Community Trust could be empowered to do more, but my biggest worry about the way they are, I guess my biggest worry about them is the way they're funded, because I don't think they will pick up young ones, or if they will, they'll be charging them a lot more than what a standard bus fare would be worth, and given that it's going to be it's very likely going to be multiple zones to cross to Dyer, at least 2 zones. So I think that the fares need to be cheap. A lot of people won't. Obviously, the Malvern drivers are volunteers, and they're probably not going to want to deal with young ones that are going to probably play up. I just think that there's definitely scope there for Malvern to pick it up, but I still think that a bus service would be better utilised.
Joe?
Moving to Christchurch City, do you have any thoughts on the public transport futures rest of network review?
Yes, I do. And I haven't actually seen the documentation recently, but I do need to catch up on that.
Cool, thank you. I think that's to come. So I think you'll get your chance, Nick, on that one. So kia ora. Any other questions? Doesn't look like it. Councillors, hey, thank you so much again, Nick, for your ongoing work. Kia ora. Thank you. So I think that's actually it. And so we can actually break slightly early for lunch, and have a break as well. So I think our next submitter is 12:30, Michael Shaw. So we can have a break until then. So enjoy the time, do a bit more reading, a bit more thinking, and we'll come back then. So we'll just adjourn until then. Thank you. Kia ora anō koutou. Going to restart our meeting after a break, and we've got our next submitter who's been waiting patiently. So thank you, Michael. Please come up to the table. As you might have heard, or you might have done this before, that we've got 10-minute slot, and so that includes any questions you may want to be open for. So if you want to speak for less than 10 minutes, we'll have some time for questions. So I'll hand over to you and just push your button, and you're away to go.
Okay, so first of all, let me introduce myself. My name's Michael. I was born in Britain. I've spent most of my life living in Britain, but I spent 4 years as a child living in Dubai. And I arrived in New Zealand 8 years ago. I've lived in New Zealand both in Auckland and for the last 4 years here in Christchurch. And the last place I lived at in the UK was a city called Sheffield, which has a lot of comparisons with Christchurch in terms of population size and things like that, and has a very well-established public transport system there. So the next part that matters is my family and our makeup and how we use the bus system. So there's me, my wife, and I call them children, but the oldest one is now 23, and the youngest one is going to become an adult in about a week and a half's time. However, over the last 4 years, all of us have been fairly heavy bus users by Christchurch standards. My wife uses the bus to commute to and from work to the hospital every day from Rolleston. My children have generally either cycled or used the buses to go to their colleges or schools. And for me, for my work, if I've been working in the city centre, I've been using the bus. If I've been working out near the airport, I've generally had to drive because the bus transport system didn't work too well for getting there. So that's kind of the background I go. I do want to first of all raise a concern about the fundamental part on the consultation part that she put out on there. One of its initial gambits was that it was not viable for Christchurch to have a single zone covering the whole of the Christchurch area. They're saying it wasn't economically viable. I disagree with that. Whether it's economically viable or not just depends on what price point you put on it. And that by making it a 2-zone or a 3-zone, you're adding in complexity into a system which is not actually very well understood already by many of its existing bus users already. And that's quite a substantial concern for me. But the proposal also gave some details about the zoning and where the zones would apply, and suggested initial price points for each of the zones. But it didn't give any detail about some of the other aspects of the current system which may or may not be changing. For example, if I tap on the bus now and then tap on another bus within the next 2 hours, it's still considered part of the same journey. Is that changing? Am I going to be paying per bus in the new system? If I'm not going to be paying per bus, why should I be able to travel around the inner part of Christchurch for 2 hours, sitting on the orbiter, going round and round and round and round for a lower fare, than somebody going from Rolleston and using the bus as a one direct route and using the bus for less distance overall? It just doesn't make sense. So I think there's some gaps in the proposal which haven't really been made clear what the actual intent is and whether or not those things have been thought through very well. And then it raises on also questions where nothing was mentioned about the daily limits and the weekly limits, how they would apply, or if somebody reached a weekly limit within the central zone of Christchurch and then at the weekend popped out, like my daughter quite often might do, to a friend maybe who lived out at Lincoln, does that then change her weekly limit to being a higher amount? And then she does additional zones, zone 1 fares, which she then gets charged for because she's now hit a higher limit. It's not clear how it's going to be applied. The next area is something which, as a parent of a teenager who got hooked on vapes, and how this interacts with the bus system has been an absolute nightmare to deal with. The fundamental problem is tapping on your friends. Tapping on your friends creates an opportunity for her to spend my money and save one of her friends from having to use the bus money which their parents have given them on the bus fare, so that child can then divert it onto a vape which they then share. So if a child has been given their $10 pocket bus money for the week, uses it to buy a vape, and then between 4 or 5 friends between 4 or 5 friends gets tapped on for that week, and all of them say, "Oh, so and so forgot their bus card," or "So and so spent up all of their bus money," and it gets shared amongst the parents. It takes a few weeks before the parents then match to catch up, and quite often teenagers don't even want their friends' parents to talk to each other before you actually manage to close the loop and actually find out what's going on. And I don't know how many parents even realise fully what was going on at that stage. Even down to more fundamental ones where, "Oh, I'll give you $2, just tap me on for it." They tap them on, but it's an adult fare, so I get charged $4 and they've pocketed $2 off a friend. All of those kind of abuses of the system, which as a parent then looking on the MetroCard website afterwards, you can see what's happened, but you've got to be quite persistent to go through it and actually hold your child to account for it. And quite often you're looking at things from 2 or 3 days ago or even 2 or 3 weeks ago to say, "Hang on a sec, why is your bus money run out already?" Is that a question coming in?
Have you finished yet, Michael?
Sorry?
Have you finished? Just get through your presentation, then we'll get to that joke. So you'll be first up.
No, I've got one more area to talk through, and that's bus journeys that just don't work. In Sheffield, it was quite common for me to get on, and where I lived out one side of Sheffield, to get on the bus link to the tram, to get on the super tram, to go straight through Sheffield and then to carry on to super tram out towards Meadowhall, the main shopping centre. A journey that would take probably 35 minutes on public transport, would have taken me half an hour to drive, and I didn't need to fight for parking spaces at Meadowhall, which its nickname there, by the way, was Meadow Hell. It was that bad. So in that was a journey which public transport would be the general choice which most people would choose, unless you knew you're going to be bringing home something that was particularly big or bulky that you'd want to have your car for. The equivalent journey for me here in Christchurch would be to get in on the bus in Rolleston, on the number 3 bus, go straight through to Riccarton Mall. In theory, it should be a really, really nice straightforward journey on the bus, but I will drive it every single time. And the reason why is getting across the city centre in a bus is so painful. For some reason, you allow all of the cars through the city centre to do journeys straight through the city centre, and it just snarls up all of the buses. Try doing it during rush hour, and it's even worse. Whereas on a car, I can go around that and avoid most of the chaos, and certainly drive further, probably take a similar amount of time for it, still have the same hassles about trying to find a parking space at Riccarton. And it's not a bus frequency. The buses are every 10 minutes, so I don't even look at the bus times. I just go out and wait at the stop. On an average, a bus will be along in under 5 minutes. It's just getting straight through the city centre. It always snarls up. Sheffield solved that problem. Their city centre, you can drive anywhere that you want to in the city centre, but the city centre itself is kind of like zoned out, and each zone you've got one way in and one way out, which is usually next to it. So if you need to get to somewhere in the city centre, you can drive there and get to it and then get back out again, but you cannot use the city centre for getting across. You have to go around it instead. And it just means that the city centre, the trams and the buses just fly straight through, really smooth, really simple. And your red out here is a prime example. A lot of the traffic on that road will be coming from Riccarton or from Memorial Ave, going down and then heading out towards Ferry Road. Okay, that's basically my submission.
Thank you, Michael. Joe, your question.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Really, really good to hear that kind of anecdotal evidence and your experiences and your family's experiences of the buses. In terms of the vaping issue and the teenage tagging on and off situation, is that a weekly occurrence? What's the kind of frequency of that?
Oh, just push your button, Michael. Yep.
So, yes, it very much was an ongoing regular problem. The main component which was enabling it at the time was the guy that was running JD's and then moved to JD Mart, which all the teenagers knew that they could get by without being ID'd properly there. And down to, in the end, he would have a video camera. He would ask you for an ID. The kids would, in their school uniform, would show their school bus card, which would show that they were underage. But on the video camera, the visuals of it was they were holding up an ID, so he could claim that he was IDing them. And of course, he didn't check the ID age.
Any other questions? Oh, Dion, yep.
Thanks, Michael. Good. Again, great to hear your experiences and some of the issues that we may face in some of the ticketing and things, but that will sort itself out when we get NTS come through. I do have a question around the infrastructure side. Have you spoken to the Christchurch City Council, or are you submitting to the Christchurch City Council when you'll plan around the infrastructure? Because the City Council operates their infrastructure for the public transport. So we need to educate people to submit there to look at the infrastructure so that we get better public transport, movement of buses around.
I've not. This is the first time that I've spoken to anybody at Christchurch City Council about this. I have spoken to somebody at Selwyn City Council. One of their IT people goes to the IT Curry Club meet-up once a month, and so we've had a couple of informal chats about it. But even for his space, I don't think he's particularly involved in Selwyn's planning and decision-making. I think he's just more of a casual observer.
Thank you, Michael. Did you have something else to do?
I was just going to say, it might be really good in the future, because your points are very valid, to talk to the City Council around that infrastructure side.
Thanks, Dion. Vicky.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you for bringing your observations, and I think certainly the information about free travel after you've done 2 trips and when the cap's on, and interesting with the zones. I actually don't know what happens when if we were to go to 2 zone in terms of how many trips within 1 zone or how it works to then reach the cap. And I don't think it's as well communicated as it could be. In terms of and that is something we can do, obviously. In terms of the tapping on the card, what would you see a solution maybe being that's an option for 18s and over, and is there a risk that could limit? I mean, sometimes kids do get stranded. So, I mean, what would you see as the solution for that?
I have never seen a child in New Zealand stranded because they couldn't tap on the bus. Every time it's happened, I've seen the bus drivers just waved them on anyway. I think there is quite a clear child protection issue that if that isn't actually the official policy, that it should be, but that they should also tap on anyway. So the record is that the child has been done it, because when the child has a card, there has to be an adult who's responsible as well for that card as well. And so if the children were able to go negative on their balance to keep track of it, that would also help solve the problem. It's more about being able to divert the intention of the money, and managing it, I think, is the issue. But there's also an element of not understanding the complexity of the charging model. Now, yesterday my daughter was coming home from a friend's house, left a vape at a friend's house, realised after the first bus journey, and she didn't go back for it because she said, well, on my bus money, I've only got enough for what I need to do for this week before I get my next lot of money coming in. I don't have the money to go back. Now, obviously she did, because she's paid for the 2 hours on there, but she thought tapping on means I'm paying for another fare. And likewise, I've heard stories about when she's tapped on a friend who didn't have the money for this journey, but they spent their last money on the other bus journey, which they've just done 20 minutes ago. So tapping on would have been a free journey, but she's tapped them on. And so I've paid for a journey which wouldn't actually have cost them any money. There's all sorts of things like that where the children haven't understood how the bus pricing model works.
Thank you, Michael. I think, like other councillors, you've raised some really interesting points to consider. I think the weekly daily limit thing is an amount of time, so I think it's irrespective of zone and cost. It's just about how many times. I think it's 8 or 10. So we will clarify that through the deliberations, though, and make sure that's clear to people. So thank you for your submission. Thank you.
Okay. Cheers.
Is Katrina here? Kia ora. Kia ora. So kia ora, Katrina. I know that you've got your submission ready. So you got 10 minutes. There's a slot. So if you want to leave some time for questioning, just speak for less than that, and then we'll be able to ask you some questions. So kia ora. Where you go.
Yes, sorry, a bit nervous at the moment, eh? Yeah, there's a lot of issues in the submission email that I didn't quite get. Like, I don't own my own house, so, I couldn't answer water or anything like that. Mine was mainly another bus submission as well, I guess. Now, I'm often busing between here and Rangiora because my partner's out that way. And I find that on a Sunday it's a bit of a hassle. Like, I'll get from home to Northlands on the Orbiton, no worries. And then find I've got and then when I get to Northlands, I'll find there's like a 45-minute wait to catch the Rangiora bus on a Sunday. Now, it's not so much a submission, it's more of a question in the sense of, can the Rangiora bus be a bit more frequent on Sundays? And yeah, I can only speak for that one, but I'm sure people might be thinking the same of the Rolleston bus if the timetables, the Sunday timetables, the same. And certainly Lincoln's a bit less frequent as it is anyway. So just questions there more than submissions, really.
Oh, that's a valid question that can be raised. We can't answer it right now. We'd have to go away and understand. But I think there's a chance in the future with our network review that is coming up that sort of input would be really useful into that process. So can't answer it today because that's not quite what we're dealing with, but it's a good suggestion you put forward. Do you have anything else you wanted to raise?
Not that I can think of. Like, I think there's when I saw the email, that was the one that had the most. Like I said, I don't own my own house, and I don't use the waterways all that often, so I can't really.
Oh, good.
I can't really ask of those.
Yep. We've got a question from Councillor Swiggs. There you go, down.
Yeah, kia ora. Thanks for coming in and thanks for taking the time to submit to us. In your submission, you do mention around the two-zone fare structure that we are proposing in our annual plan. And obviously, with you going to Rangiora, that goes over that two-zone, or that would potentially go into the other zone. That increased cost, would that have much of an impact on you for your use of public transport?
Yeah, I'm liking the way it is now with the one zone. Like I was busing in the two zone time before it got taken off, and obviously I wasn't with my partner at the time, but I was still going to Rangiora and Rolleston on a reasonably regular basis. So it's handier having the one zone.
Thank you. Greg? Councillor Burns?
Thank you. Kia ora, Katrina-May. I have a question. I see you've put yes in regarding the proposal to meet the consenting service user cost recovery at 66%. Do you have any comment on that?
Like I said, there's a lot of questions that on the email that I could not answer. Yeah.
That's fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, councillors? Doesn't look like it. Hey, Katrina, thank you so much for your submission, for coming to give that point of view for us. Like I said, it's something we can consider, but also when the work goes on around the network review, that would be useful for you to give another submission to, and that when that comes up. So thank you.
No worries. Like I said, I was kind of took it on board, and then when I actually walked in, that's when the nerves started kicking. But yeah,
hey, you did really good.
But yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Kia ora. Well done. Thank you. I know we've got a little bit of a slot, free slot here available, but our next presenter was Leslie. Is Leslie in the whare? Leslie's cancelled. Okay, so we have a bit of a break here, and I'm assuming you're here to support Mayor Sam. That's correct. Kia ora. So we're obviously waiting for the mayor to arrive. When he does, we can kick into that, no problem. So we'll just wait for Mayor Sam to arrive, and all good. He's a busy guy. He's a busy guy. Give him some sleep. Kia ora koutou, we'll restart our meeting. Kia ora tēnā koe, Sam, nau mai hara mai, ke wanganui i a mātou, kōrua ko Frankie, nei te mihi hoki ki a koe. So welcome, Sam, awesome to see you. And also, Frankie, well done for being here with the Mayor, and looking forward to hearing from you as well. So, Sam, we've got, I think, 15-minute slot for you, but we've got a bit more time if you did need it. And looking forward to hearing from you and opening it up to councillors after we hear from you and Frankie. So, welcome, and over to you.
Well, kia ora koutou, ko Sam Broughton, tōku ingoa, he kora mātou o Waikirikiri. Thank you for having me here today. I'm Sam, the Mayor of Selwyn, and it's I guess I want to say thank you for the work that we've been able to do together over the last 3 or 4 days with the state of emergency, and particularly the work that's gone on to open Te Wahora 3 times now, I hear. 3rd time lucky, hopefully today, that it might stay open. And appreciate the work that Selwyn and Environment Canterbury have been able to do over many years. And you want to acknowledge your leadership in this, and also the process that you're going through today, which will be over many days, but the annual plan and our long-term plans are an important part of hearing from our community about the things that they want done. So, thank you for your patience with us as we continue to bring forward things that we would like done. And today I've brought Frankie along. Frankie came and presented to our council through our long-term plan process. Our long-term plan, we had over 1,300 submission points on public transport, and I've put that in my submission to you today. Our council, we provide some of the infrastructure around public transport, but not the buses themselves. And people come to us because they think we do all things, local government, but Environment Canterbury's got a big part to play in Selwyn District around public transport. So Frankie coming along is, I'd like you to hear from her a bit of her story, and thinking about a different generation than the things that I'll be talking about, and a complete different generation from most of the submitters that you will have heard from through this process. So Frankie, I'll hand over to you, and you can say your stuff.
Hi, I'm Frankie, and I would like to talk about a few benefits of an improved bus network from the perspective of a 12-year-old. I currently live in Taitapu, where there is no public bus network. The population of Taitapu has grown in the time that we have lived here, with many young families moving into the area. This means that a number of young people in the area will continue to grow, relying on their parents to transport them to all their after-school activities. As a 12-year-old looking forward to when I am at high school, I, along with many of my friends, would like to have the opportunity of being able to socialise and get to some of our sports practices independently. I asked my class some questions about what they think about buses and what they would like to see. All my classmates said that they would use more buses if there was an improved public bus network in Taitapu. I asked them when they would want the buses to travel, and most said between 6 to 9 a.m. and 3 to 8 p.m. on weekdays, and all day during the school holidays and weekends. They would like the buses to go to the City, Lincoln, Springston, Rolleston, Riccarton, Prebbleton and Little River. Everyone would either use the buses all the time or most of the time. My dad currently takes the bus to work, but he has to drive to Hallswell. If there was a reliable bus network in Taitapu, Dad would definitely use it. Mum would also use the bus to get to uni. I would like to know that in the future, my family, friends and I will be able to jump on a bus easily. As I get older, it would be fun to go out and socialise with my friends without my parents having to transport me everywhere. Developing independence safely is a really important part of growing up, and having a well-developed bus network that connects townships throughout Selwyn as well as Christchurch City will be an important part of that.
Kia ora. Well done, Frankie.
Yeah, Frankie, that's it.
Do we want to do some questions now, or should we do it at the end?
Up to you. I'll finish off some bits, and then. So Selwyn's grown from 40,000 people to over 80,000 people in the last 12 to 15 years. That growth is the fastest anywhere in the country, and we're getting left behind in service provision. Selwyn's population compared to police numbers across the country, 1 to 500, and Selwyn 1 to 2,000. The numbers of healthcare workers is well below national averages when we're thinking about the amount of public houses that the government has provided in Selwyn. So Selwyn's bigger than Timaru, bigger than Waimakariri, but we've used those for comparators. And in Timaru, there's over 400 homes. In Waimakariri, there's over 200 homes. In Selwyn, there's just over 30. Central government, this is, hasn't kept pace with the amount of change and the growth. It's all very well saying going for growth, but going for growth requires more than just water and roads, which our council has been able to provide. We need the social services and we need the public transport to keep up with that growth. Most of our growth is urban growth, and public transport is a key part of social cohesion within our communities. Part of your plan, and I really want to thank you for putting this out to our community, is the Darfield to Rolleston service. We've had a whole lot of requests to us through the process to get public transport between Darfield and Leiston through Rolleston, so connecting a bit of a curve. ECAN has previously trialled the Leiston service, and that hasn't been supported, but the Darfield service was so successful, Darfield to Christchurch, that you've had to put on a double-decker bus to keep up with demand. And that bus is full. We continually hear from our people that they'd like to be able to do things not just to connect to Christchurch, but within our own district. Rolleston's over 30,000 people living there now, and it's a significant place for jobs and employment and for families and sports to connect to. And so the Darfield trial would allow the connection between Rolleston, Kirwee, Darfield and West Melton for all those activities. I get that at the moment things are hard for public transport across the country, and the government's drawn money away from you being able to invest in the things you might want to otherwise do. But our community's actually just asking for the same things that other communities of 85,000 would expect their regional council to be able to provide, and a sensible bus service on a trial basis between Darfield and Rolleston is one of those things. I know you will hear from a number of people from within our community that they don't want to pay for this and they don't want to have their rates increases, and that's I hear that from our council as well. But when we talk about public transport specifically and the people that are going to be using that public transport, they do want to pay for it. They do want it to be included in a targeted rate, and they are willing to use it. And we've seen that by the way that our community has picked that up in the future. So you'll have considerations once we leave here and over the coming weeks, and you'll have staff reports and things. And I'd ask you to think about the service level that Environment Canterbury is providing to our district, and particularly thinking about those new services. And I'll just conclude by saying there's a whole lot of other good work that we do and continue to do together, and that's in the climate space and it's in the biodiversity space, and we really value the partnership and your leadership, Craig, that we have here in Dion as deputy, and John as our Selwyn elected rep with Ian. Thank you for the work that you do in Selwyn for us, and look forward to seeing this new bus trial from Darfield to Rolleston, the improvement of the 86 service direct to the city, and that breadth of work that we're doing together around rivers and the river rating areas. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Kia ora, Sam. Kia ora, Frankie. And thank you for acknowledging the work over the weekend and last week with the heavy rainfall event that's affected lots of people, and your support around that's been really great. So thanks, Sam. I've got Peter first, and then I'll have a few others I know, so I'll just write them down. So away you go, Peter. So keep your hands up if you want to speak.
Yeah, and first of all, thanks, Frankie. I mean, I think you encapsulated what the issue is for you looking forward, and it's the issue that exists, I guess, for many other people on different age groups. So thanks for coming in. It takes a bit of a brave effort to actually come and talk to all these crusty old people in here, so thank you for doing that. But my question is to you, Sam. I mean, you made the point there are pleas for and there are pleas against this. And we seem to have got down to a really hard space with this because it becomes binary, doesn't it? It becomes like, yeah, you can have it, or no, you can't. And we know that putting in a bus system with service that's required is very expensive, and so it's a big commitment for people to make. And then, like the Leiston thing, then it all falls off and it doesn't work. So my question to you, we had the Malvern community in here talking about community bus services and how successful they were, and I'm just wondering, Sam, whether isn't there a hybrid system here between a fixed bus route system that we have, a My Way type system like we have in Timaru, and also like a community-based expanded system that we have where the people that want to pay can pay. Is that a conversation that we should be having rather than yes, no?
I mean, I'm open to whatever option is going to get us a bus service between Darfield and Rolleston. So if you've got a service model that's going to be able to do that at a cheaper price or be more flexible for the people that are going to use it, all for that. It's really hard to get something new going. You know, if you've got something and it's wearing out, you can shift it and you can move it around and you can update it and you can repaint it or whatever it needs to be. And there's budgets kind of that sit around that. But something brand new is so hard to get across the line. And so this is really asking for the courage from you to think about the needs of our community that we've asked for. This isn't the first year we've asked for this. This is your response after, well, I've been the mayor now for 8 and a bit years and I've been coming here every year asking for these sorts of service level improvement. So I'm asking you for the courage to make the decision and not just to do it and trial it and set it up for failure, but to trial it and do it well, to do it the best that we can and to serve the community well. And that means it's the morning service and it's the lunch service. Hey, if 12 months' time you're like, that was the wrong decision, well, then you're going to have a different conversation with the community about saving them rates off what they've been put on. So just call it a trial. I think we've been pretty clear with the community that it's a new thing. And our preparation for the Darfield Christchurch service, which I've just told you is, super successful with the double decker, that was set up because the Youth Council got involved with our council and said, let's trial some things and see what people, usually without a voice, want to see happen. And the Youth Council brought that to us, set it up, and now it's super successful. So the people that are using the buses are not necessarily, in our district, the ones that are always really vocal on what needs to happen. And I'm sure most of what Environment Canterbury hears from our district is a whole lot of the comments around the farming and the people who have really high rates. That is just that's realistic about the types of people that normally engage in ECAN processes in our district. This is a public transport conversation, and so just ask you to think about the comments and questions that you've received back. Are they from those that live in the townships that are actually paying the rate, or those that are assuming that their rates are super high and they don't want to pay another $150 on top of that, because that makes a big difference to the voices that are actually contributing to this conversation.
Thanks, Sam. Dion?
Peter's asked my question, but thanks again for your leadership over your state of emergency. It was good. But yeah, Peter's asked.
Thank you. Joe?
Yeah, I was just going to say, kind of for your information, unfortunately, of the Darfield, Kirwee and West Melton submissions, 79% didn't support it. So, and obviously a submission process, it's not a referendum, it's not like but it's a bit of a data point for us to assess. But hearing your plea on behalf of the community that does want the services, of course, will feed in. But sadly, that number's not great.
And I think that's an important part of this process is you've run some consultation and you do need to take that into account. But consultation isn't the only information you have to make this decision. We had 1,300 submission points to our long-term plan last year. I've sent through the key points in my original submission, and I'm happy to give you each of those submissions, but that's information your council holds to make this decision. So yes, you do need to take into account what you're hearing in the last month. But I'd ask you to also think about what are you hearing from the community and what have you heard from our community over the last few years and use that in your decision making through this process.
Thanks, Sam. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Frankie. I have a daughter that's like you, and I keep on the right side of her because I know as I get a bit older, I need to be on the right side of her. So really great presentation and the foresight to stand up there and speak your mind and do it. We need more people like you in the environment. And I guess a question to you, Sam, if we got to a point where we had to make some binary decision, the inter-district travel or an uplift to the 86, do you have some thoughts there? Or any other thoughts on how we might alleviate some of the 86 issues that we have at the moment?
Yeah, the 86, we've just got a lot of people that want to travel between Christchurch and Rolleston. People going both ways on that bus, but the service for us is getting in the morning and it's at capacity. And if people switch off using a bus because it's just too hard or it's just too full and the bus drives past and they can't be bothered waiting for the next one, then they just jump in a car, and that just means more cars in the central city, which is like not the plan for everything we're trying to do. So you've got a great bus service in 86. I just ask for that to be improved to meet the demand, which is there, it's measured, it's known. It just needs some more buses and a bit more frequency on that service.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Sam. Ian, then I'll come down the line here.
Thanks. Frankie, you made a great case for improving access to public transport and a whole lot of amenities that I normally in my old age associate with urban living. But so what I need you to tell me is, do you think TITAP is that rural living, and therefore should have expectations if you shift out to TITAP or those rural areas, the services that a rural district might expect, or do you think TITAP is now a fringe urban area, and therefore that's why you think you deserve urban services, if you get my question? I'm old enough to remember TITAP being a village out in the countryside, but I'm old enough to be your grandfather. Am I just out of touch?
Take your time, Frankie. It's all good. You understand the question about being a city like a country town, and now it's got big, so it's a big enough place for having extra services.
I think that it's growing a lot. So because there's there's lots of people living there now. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say.
That I think we got that from your initial thing as well. So thank you. Thanks, Ian. Vicky.
Yeah, thanks for presentation, and it's great to hear from younger people. And certainly, my teenage sons really, really value the bus and that they can get around independently. And I also value that as a parent, that I'm not a parent taxi service. And I just note, when we've got 744 submissions in total, so to have of the submitters X percent have said what they said, it's not representative of the whole of the community. That's really actually quite a tiny sample. Do you think, Sam, that if we were to actually get submissions from a broader part of your population, that we would get greater support for the service and give us confidence that people will actually use it? Or are we sort of hearing from those who've been there a long time, who know the systems, who know who the councils are, who make the submissions, and we're sort of missing this newer part of the community who are perhaps more keen to have and see public transport, see the changes that can come with the growing area, rather than like the Councillor Mackenzie question, where he remembers it as this little tiny place, and it's sort of are we really changing, or are we sort of harking back to the old days? So can you give me a sense of what your sort of sense is beyond the submissions we've received?
So I'm not sure the 70%, or Joe, I'm not sure that number, is that total submissions, or is that people that live in Darfield and Kuwi and West Melton that'll be paying the rate that giving that? Okay, cool. So when you're thinking about who you're hearing from, I don't know, I've visited all the schools in Selwyn and currently going around visiting them all again. I'm not sure how many of you have connected with that voice. So, but Frankie coming in today is trying to say there's other voices that often don't get a hearing in these spaces. We need to hear from our young people. We don't do great demographics analysis of who our submissions come, and I'm not sure what yours are. How many 30 or 40-year-old parents have given submissions into this process? Those are the sorts of things that I think you need to interrogate who you're hearing from, and that's why I'd expect to take a broad view around the information before you make a decision. Yes, you have to take the submissions into account, but you've got a broad range of knowledge and information as an organisation about what's required for good public transport provision in the fastest growing district in the country. And so asking you to use that lens as you make a decision on our services, including improving the ones we've got and the new for Darfield Rolleston.
Sam, Grant, and then Greg's the last one.
Thanks, Frankie and Sam. I'm picking up on what you're both talking about in terms of providing a vision for your people going forward, and that it's always future planning. I'm particularly interested in the submissions that came into your council on the appendix sheet, which covered some really good items, and to me that's providing the vision for future planning for transport, commenting on things like rail service, and we obviously we won't lose sight of that. The infrastructure side of things, some of those things that are easy to do, in terms of development contributions from the extensive new subdivisions that take place, do you set aside deliberately some funding for that, for future infrastructure improvements, not just within a subdivision but elsewhere in the community?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the detail to answer that, although I'd say if it's in our transport infrastructure plans for the next 10 years, then that is included in our DC calculation.
Thanks, Grant. And Greg.
Kia ora, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, both. I can remember the days where it was the Midland bus travelling to Taitapu. I lived at Hallsville, so Hallsville was just a destination on the way out there, so I've always seen it as a big city, so good on you. My question is to you, Sam. It's a leading question. I know the answer, but I want to hear it from you. Last year, during the LTP, you brought in the Youth Council, who were very vociferous about the need to socialise the importance. What you're telling us in relation to who we should be listening to as well is to ensure that the message we are hearing is a commitment to the younger people, youth demographic within your district. Is that a fair call?
Yeah, thank you. We've got twice as many people under the age of 15 as we do over the age of 65 in our district. So a very young district, and hearing from them is important to us as we make decisions. And so asking for you to have that similar concern for that number of people who don't have a voice normally into these sorts of processes. You have to seek it out. Consultation and writing an email and filling out a form is not their normal way of communicating desires. It's more around conversation. Yeah.
Kia ora. Tēnā kōrua anō. So thanks Sam, thanks Mia Sam, thanks Frankie for your great presentations and strong message to us today. So kia ora, thank you.
Thank you.
Now I know we've got our next presenter up. We do have a little slot, so Penny's pretty early, but well done. But just it's going to take a slight break because I'm going to vacate the chair here and ask Dion to come up and take over. I've just got a few things I need to do, but I'm going to join back in online for the rest of the day. But kia ora, thanks Dion. And I think Penny, you're up 1:45, so we have a little bit of time, but we'll just make a call here to carry on, but I'll let Dion do that. We can
Welcome back, everybody. Next up, we have Penny Carnaby. Penny, thanks for your coming to see us today. You have 10 minutes, so however you want to use the time, but leave some time for questions at the end. Over to you, Penny. Thank you.
I think that's on. Yes, it is. Kia ora koutou, na mihi nui o tēnei rā. Always a pleasure to submit to ECAN, and this year I'm doing it as an individual, and in some ways sitting back, looking at what is something I am so excited about, which is the the huge development of biodiversity on Banks Peninsula, right the way across the peninsula, and the substance of what I want to talk about, and it's sort of suggestions really. It's extraordinary what's happening. Pest-free Banks Peninsula, work of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, all sorts of groups supported by ECAN. It is actually amazing what's being achieved. But what I think is quite special about Banks Peninsula is that really we've tested and perfected the importance of collaboration in the conservation space. So I think it is quite unusual for landowners, for agencies, for iwi, for community to be working together in such effective collaborations. And I think there's some great examples. I mean, something like 17 organisations working together on the Pest-free Banks Peninsula project, 22 organisations collaborating under the leadership and guidance of Whakaora Healthy Harbour in the Littleton Harbour. And it is, in just on money terms, a smart way to work because we all leverage from each other. Your investment in Pest-free Banks Peninsula enables the council to contribute quite a lot of money, the and Department of Conservation. So not only is it a very satisfactory way to work, it is also cost-effective, and it's where you really start to see a return on that biodiversity investment. And so what I'm really saying, I think the situation and what's happening on Banks Peninsula is just makes my heart sing, really, but it can be better. And so I've got 3 suggestions. There's a trifecta when you're looking at biodiversity gains, and I should mention that anything gained on the peninsula has direct benefit to the city of Christchurch, out on the plains, over the side of the Port Hills and out into the plains. So the investment isn't just for Banks Peninsula, it's far broader than that. But the 3 areas that I think that we could do even better is the targeted levy. First of all, I think land needs to be protected, and it is extraordinary the number of landowners on Banks Peninsula who are choosing to protect areas of their land and join those up with other protected land areas like the City Council. So the first thing is, and you're already doing it, so thank you, the biodiversity levy is supporting the covenanting and protection of land through supporting the QE2 Trust and the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. And I guess the message there is keep on doing it. It's such a smart way of supporting landowners with fencing and things, because once you support a covenant, a conservation covenant, it's in perpetuity. So that by my way of thinking is that pay once and get a return forever. So keep on doing that. The other 2 areas that I think we've certainly is in pest control. I think we can we're already doing very well with the Pest-free Banks Peninsula, and it's just amazing what's happening there. But I've been talking with 4 of the Banks Peninsula-based MPs about the concept of looking at feral ungulates on Banks Peninsula, deer, pigs, and goats, and looking at what's happening in Northland, where they've effectively eradicated feral ungulates. And I think it would make strategic sense if we develop together, and I guess the policy work would have to be done by ECAN, the concept of or vision of a feral ungulate-free Banks Peninsula. We've got the goats. It took us 15 years. But we were shortlisted, Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust were shortlisted for the New Zealand Biodiversity Biosecurity Awards a couple of years ago, elimination of feral goats on Banks Peninsula. We're on the way with feral pigs. Feral deer are more problematic because you need the social license with deer. And look, they're hammering Banks Peninsula. I could tell you some really horrendous stories about feral deer. But in conversation with MPs, Banks Peninsula-based MPs, I have said that it may not be popular with some of their constituents, but it is the right thing to do. And I would never dream of putting words in the mouths of a politician, but I do think if you made that approach that there would be support at a national level to work towards having a feral ungulate-free Banks Peninsula, and that would be an incredibly good thing for catchments, for water quality, for biodiversity gains. I can't think of any downsides to it. So in summary, and the other thing, the third point is that, again, along this collaborative viewpoint of how we can work together, weeds are a real problem. And while we all do good things with weeds and do our best, I think I won't use the term that's a bit vulgar, but we're not going to make a lot of gain with the transformer weeds. Again, as the feral ungulate free, I think we need to work together with agencies, landowners, and community to support the establishment of a multi-party collaboration with a strategic approach to control transformer weeds on Banks Peninsula. I think if we don't hunt as a pack, we will be disappointed with the outcome. So that's basically what I want to say. Just I think yes, certainly the feral deer would cost more, but the essence of what I'm saying is let's work more collaboratively and smarter. Thanks.
Thank you, Penny, for your submission. I've got a question from Councillor Scott.
Just before I make my question, Penny, thank you for your ongoing work that you do over the year. You're tireless in terms of how you go about this. You're talking about social license for the ungulates. Are they at a stage where trapping is something that you could do rather than shooting?
Yeah, press your button, Penny.
I'm not an expert in hunting, but I do know from the feral goats that it took some really very experienced people to lure them in and then into large pens and then shoot. So it would need to be done strategically and by expert people. I don't know enough about the answer to that question. I'm sorry.
Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Penny. Just following up on that, do you think the catchment idea, if it becomes really problematic in terms of the social license and changing the Act, the Wild Game Act, which will be the difficult thing, that you take a catchment by catchment approach if possible. I know Dyer's going to go from one to the other, but that's potentially a targeted approach.
Sorry, microphone, Penny.
Again, I'd get advice on it. I do know that we're starting now with the MPI funding to the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. We're able to work on catchment scale conversations. My hunch is, knowing of the feral goats and the DNA work that went into finding out where herds were and all of that sort of thing, I suspect that they won't respect catchments, and I suspect it needs to be all of Peninsula. But that's a guess. You'd need to get better advice than I can give you.
Councillor Southworth, and then if we've got a very quick time, Councillor Robinson.
I've got sort of two, but you can put them together. So is there efficiency in actually tackling both pigs and the other ungulates or the deer at the same time? And if you don't tackle them at the same time, is there do like deer sort of breed to fill the gap that's left because you're taking out like the pigs and the goats, and so there's more food? Is that how that works?
Penny,
I think so, Vicky. I think what I would do, I mean, I with absolutely no license to do it at all, I would look at Banks Peninsula as an exemplar, not just for Canterbury, for the country. I think you need to have that joined up approach. My understanding of it is that if you they just move in. I mean, and because everything's thriving, it's extremely appealing for browsing animals. As nature thrives, we're also providing a great feeding source, not to mention the carbon that's sequestered. Quite a few landowners on Banks Peninsula are earning quite a good income from the ETS through the carbon sequestered. So I think we need to tie everything up and use the peninsula as I say, as an exemplar. And I think it needs, in this annual plan, some really I think this needs to be some really grunty policy and strategy work done, including around regulations, and then possibly the investment in the next financial year. But there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done to develop what you're talking about, Vicky. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, did you still want to? Because we've got a couple of minutes spare up our sleeve.
Oh no, thanks for that, Penny, and your work is always admired, definitely. With regards to covenants and QE2 land, I recognise, over the years there's been sort of an accumulation of those waiting to be accredited with that, QE2 covenant. Is it still in that situation, whereas funding is stretched because there is such a is it sort of there's a waiting, those in waiting because of the funding model? Does that need looking at, or? Yeah. Sorry. Oh God.
On or off? Yeah. We're in the unique position on Banks Peninsula. Anywhere else in the country, the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust Covenant is the only independent covenanting authority in New Zealand, and so with QE2 and the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, we're in a hugely advantageous position. When I stepped down as chair of the trust, all I can say is that the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust had people lining up, and so the trust with QE2 needed to be strategic about where they invested the money. I mean, which is a great problem to have. But the more you can join up the thinking, the better you can, get better prices on fencing and all that sort of thing. But in a simple answer to your question, yes, there are more people wanting to covenant than we can afford to support them. Yeah.
Councillor Burns, and then we'll finish with Councillor Ward. I'm actually allowing a few more minutes because you have so many hats on, you represent so many groups. So we'll give you that 15-minute group
Thank
time. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, Chair. Kia ora, Penny. I just would like a statement, please, or a comment on your thoughts about the revitalisation of the regional biodiversity strategy. Thank you.
Of the original one?
So currently it's on the work plan to have this revitalised. We have some people suggesting it should be waited to continue with revitalisation. Do you have a view on that?
Yes, I mean, I as I understand it, it is being revitalised, and it certainly should be. It's hugely important to have these overarching strategies in order to, plug in. And I know the ecological vision for Banks Peninsula it dovetails with that. So it needs to be a live document, would be my feeling. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Ward's not. Your question, don't need to ask it anymore. Okay, thank you so much, Penny. I really appreciate your time, and thank you for your
It's always
submission.
lovely to talk to you.
Pest Management Strategy 2028. Maybe think about if we can start looking at that, because that's a good place to start as well.
Okay,
Excellent.
thank you.
Yes, yeah. The next person is this Fiona?
Fiona's not here, but we do have
Oh, so Anne Scott, are you okay? We'll bring you forward, Anne. And for councillors, that is the piece of paper that was handed around earlier because it was in our Volume 2 submissions. Anne, you are speaking on behalf of Spokes Canterbury. You have 15 minutes. You can utilise the time however you want to. 10 minutes question, 10 minutes presentation, 5 minutes questions is up to you. But over to you, Anne. Thanks for coming. No, press the... There we go.
Red is off for me. Kia ora koutou, Anne Scott, tōku wingwa. I'm here to speak on behalf of Spokes Canterbury. And you'll be asking, well, why is Spokes Canterbury coming and talking about public transport? And that's because there is actually a really good synergy between cycling and public transport. They complement each other. They allow cyclists the flexibility to go greater distances. They provide a backup if anything goes wrong. They provide a service when the weather is inclement, as it was last week. But what we need to do is we need to prioritise modal shift from vehicles to active and public transport and between active and public transport. When you look at the outer skirts of Greater Christchurch, if you're looking at bus stops and trying to provide a bus stop that's accessible to everyone, you can expect to walk 400 to 800 metres, but not much further in 10 minutes. But you can actually cycle 2.5 to 3 kilometres. But you actually need to have some services when you get to that bus stop to actually catch the bus. And so enhancing opportunities to transfer between those modes is actually important. So cycling and public transport, the way that you can increase cyclists using public transport is the top one is bikes on buses. The number of people who talk to me about how they could no longer get around because bikes on buses were no longer allowed. Now we've got them back during the day, which is really nice to see. But as winter approaches, it's that dark that's coming that we really need the buses at night. It allows school children to go to school, to avoid dangerous parts of their journey, to get home after dark. That's why it's actually really important. And I also volunteer at Bike Bridge, which teaches immigrant women how to cycle, and the number of stories I had about these women who could no longer get to things, to important cultural events, because they no longer had the option to actually put their bike on the bus for some distance and then cycle the rest of the way. The other important thing is bike and ride. Bike parking along routes is really important, and charging facilities for e-bikes to have important hubs like Hornby, for instance. Another really cheap way to improve reliability of the buses is to extend the clearways. We have the infrastructure already there. The clearways should be 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. that would increase bus reliability and provide more safety for cyclists who are also using those facilities. Public transport services, we want flexible, reliable and well-networked multimodal transport. Spokes agrees with the major route priorities, including Route 7 and Selwyn, but there are still significant gaps to be filled. The yellow shuttle bus in the CBD is one that comes up frequently, and I see there's some progress on that, but we need to get it into place. There are poor evening services and no night buses in Greater Christchurch. And we're going to see the problems that creates when the impacts of Te Kaha, the Court Theatre and other big events happen in the city. We're going to find that there are promises made about you don't need a car park, but then you also can't find a bus to get home. There are very few services outside the main Greater Christchurch routes, and new suburbs and industrial areas are poorly aligned with public transport, including Hornby, Horswell and Wigram. And there are very few express buses. At the moment, they are really only going to Greater Christchurch area, but there is a good case for express buses, for instance, from Hornby to town, for instance, to take away some of the load. The Motumu data will help design more efficient services, and Spoke supports the review of current routes to identify improvements to the level of service across the network. We all know that there is financial issues around, and we need to maximise what we've got in the best possible way. We need to invest in the future because actually the future is now. We should already be doing work on the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan, PT Futures and the MRT. We should be trialling the route that we're looking for in the MRT with express buses, with maybe 4 or 5 stops. That would indicate whether we've actually got the planning right or not, and whether there's actually a big demand there for the services that we can provide. And if you can provide the detail on the demand, and then you're more likely to get a favourable answer from government. We need to have the business case ready to implement if there is a change in government priorities. And that could be a national change, again, a change in national government priorities or a change in whatever other government we might have in the future. But if we're not ready to go, we will just waste another 3 years and another government will come in and they'll stop it. And we'll get in this ever-ending cycle of stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. Delaying the regional rail studies is also a thing that's going to come back to bite us. It will just mean more heavy trucks on our roads. And getting heavy trucks through Christchurch to the port is not good enough. And we also need to keep on at getting a fair allocation of government funding for Canterbury. If we actually got our fair share, well, maybe we would have more progress in some of these big multi-generational and capital works. We should be extending My Way to more towns, and we should be adding bike racks to the My Way as well. The people in Timaru and Temuka need it more than ever because they are more likely to have to go further to get to the bus. Cheap fares equals equitable service. There are many people who are unable to drive for various reasons who deserve some sort of service. While I was writing this talk, I was looking for statistics actually on bus use and I couldn't find them, but never mind. What I did find was a number of documents about the public transport private revenue share, which will have a very negative impact on public transport use. And I was really concerned to see consideration of pausing the fleet decarbonisation activities to reduce the cost. This will increase emissions, climate and pollution. It will increase indirect costs for physical and mental health. It will cost to mitigate the congestion, and that's a really large amount of money, and it will create more transport poverty. I would like to see, as a result, us adding a new outcome to the current annual plan, which went something like that, something like the number and percentage of new EV public transport buses added to the fleet each year to get to 100% by 2030, and that we monitored that and kept our made sure that we actually got that goal. Thank you very much. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Anne. That's a really good point, that last one. Got questions from Councillor Burns, then Councillor Davies, and then Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, and thank you. As someone who's reliant upon cycles and buses, fantastic. I just want to acknowledge your group, all of your members, the work you do on behalf of cycling and PT. I went to your drop-in workshop at Tuhinga, which really good turnouts. That was great. My question is about bikes on buses. So thankfully we're getting that back on. But what's your group's sort of thoughts on the optimum sort of carrying capacity for each of the buses, given that we know there are a lot of people already cycling, but also taking it up? Do you think? Have you got any comments on that?
Currently, there is no capacity at certain times. So I'm fully in favour of a short-term solution of 2 carriers for bikes, if that is actually going to get out faster for people. But longer term, you're going to have to start thinking about this and about what we can do to actually improve the number of bikes that you can actually carry on buses, particularly in places where people have no option, like Littleton, for instance. I have had a number of times where I have been on a bus and I haven't been able to get on a bus, or someone else hasn't been able to get on a bus because my bike's already on it. So I think, but just at the moment, if you can get 2 working, that's better than none.
Councillor Davies.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. Great submission, some quite innovative ideas in there. I'm particularly interested about the idea around express buses down the MR2 route to trial demand. My question is about, how do you think that we could better integrate the cycleway route network and our bus network?
I think there is actually already a reasonable degree of integration. If you look where the cycle network is going, then they tend to be running parallel, and they tend. So for instance, you've got a street like God, now it's gone out of my head. The one where that Cranford Street, sorry. You've got Cranford Street, and then you've got the cycleway, the Papanui parallel on the other side, and you've got places where you can come through and connect and actually use the bus. So I think there is quite a lot of that. I think that really the best integration is actually to make sure that you can park your bike somewhere and then catch the bus. And people will find their own safe route to get there. There is a plan of upgrading intersections and various other things. I think that the only time we come into conflict is with humps, whereas cyclists want as many humps to slow the traffic down as possible. The bus companies want as fewer humps as possible so they don't shake their buses too much or slow down too much. So I think that's probably the only point of contention.
Councillor Scott.
I'm going to be a wee bit facetious, but thank you. That's a really outstanding story. Did you say it was a story you were telling when you were putting your story together? Because the depth of your knowledge on some of these things is really, really great. And I especially like your MRT synopsis of MRT. And I just wonder if you've been talking to Minister Bishop, because he sees it the same way. I mean, we should be ready. We should be ready with our business case for these things if the funding comes along. And my facetious question is, have you thought about standing for council, actually?
No.
I was going to say, you don't have to answer that. Councillor no. Any other questions from Councillor Southworth and you? Yep.
Yeah, just the interesting you mentioned about bike parking by bus near, where you can then connect onto the bus, which is something that I've also spoken about when the moments arise. But one thing just dawned on me with you speaking there is there are places where there is bike parking, but you sort of got to know, you've got to have figured it out. So where your most direct connection might be isn't necessarily where the bike park is. So you need to actually aim 2 stops down or whatever. So do you think as an interim measure, maybe if we identified where those locations are and could mark that on the metro map or something, like, would that work as an interim?
That's a really good idea. I think that's something that could help identify where those bikes are. I was hoping that Motto Move would actually have some sort of button the driver could push when the bike got put on and when it got taken off. Or actually have a card to click on and click off your bike, so that we could count them and find out actually where people were joining and not joining. Because there are certain bus stops that are surprisingly out of the way but still have a lot of cyclists getting on it.
Any other questions? Councillor Robinson, we do have time.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the bikes on buses situation, and I guess there's, overseas there's other models of how to store bikes on buses, not just the racks on the front or whatever. And I'm just wondering if that's something that your group has considered as maybe an alternative option, or a space in the back like they do in some countries where you slide your bus in and it clicks into a locker system.
I think that has some really interesting things. I particularly am interested in children's bikes getting put on the bus, because, a family of mum, dad and 2 kids, they can't fit on a bus. And so it would be, and it's up to the driver whether or not that child's bike is allowed on or not. And I see why that could be conflict with a person who's disabled who's also on the bus who wants to use it. But I think that's a really good idea in terms of, and particularly when we come into the MRT. I mean, the MRT should have a carriage at the back which allows bikes to go on. Like you see in other places, like Sydney, where they've actually got a carriage that you can put on their trains, where you can put your bikes and you can click them into place. And the same thing with the ferry and other kinds of transport as well. It's really frustrating that if you effectively cannot take a bike on a bus to Nelson, for instance. You've got to book the bus, you've got to break the bike down, and then the driver can say no. You can turn up with a ticket and the driver can say no. And it's happened.
Thank you so much, Anne, for your submission, and also thanks to Spokes Canterbury for their practical advocacy on a number of matters. It's much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for listening.
And we now have Fiona Bennetts. Fiona, you individual submission. You'll have 10 minutes to speak, which is. Thank you very much for coming in and taking the time.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Over to you, Fiona.
Oh, kia ora. I didn't really prepare what I was going to say. I normally do that on the bus ride on the way in, or the bike ride on the way in, but currently not doing that. But Anne spoke so well, I'm just like, yeah, tōtoko what Anne said, and basically all of that. But I might talk a little bit more about Selwyn, which was in my submission and was asked about. I'm really pleased to see increased services being offered or being proposed to be offered in Selwyn, particularly for West Melton and Kirwi. And I really hope that those go ahead and the frequency is a reasonable frequency so people could expect to catch the bus and not be like, oh, it's at the wrong time, I'll just drive anyway. Or if a kid like me is in a sling, they can't bike to school, what are they going to do? Mum and Dad has to drive them. So really hopeful for Selwyn that goes ahead, and also the increased frequency for services coming into the city, because we know that they're already swamped. And as Spokes has mentioned, the same thing needs to happen in Waimakariri district, so offering services to the small towns like Oxford and Swannanoa and whatever else it needs it, because currently people just have no choice. So whether it's a motu move or an on-demand service or just something that needs to be looked into. So please look into Waimakariri as well. What was I going to say? Something that wasn't really asked in the submission was just, and kind of touched on with Spokes, was just planning how you get the bus. So at the moment, I'm relying on buses. I'm in a sling for another week. It's been 5 weeks of pain. I rely on the website, the plan your route thing. At the moment, that's not working very well. It's not doing the walking times correctly. It's doing like direct line of sight as the crow flies, and not giving you the correct walking time. You get there, you miss the bus, and then you're just like, oh great, the next one's 20 minutes away or 30 minutes away or an hour away. What am I going to do now? I guess I'll just walk the whole way. It's not good enough. These integration of walking, cycling, busing, scootering, whatever it is, ECAN needs to do a better service in providing that kind of planning tool. So I don't know if there's an app for ECAN at the moment. I tried to find one. I think I deleted the one that you used to have because it was so useless. Kind of back in the same position now, and I use an alternative app which is better than Google Maps sometimes and sometimes not. So having that real-time information. I use Transit. Yeah. So sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not, and it's really annoying when the bus is early and you miss it because the bus is early, or the bus just never shows up. Or it doesn't show it as being anywhere, and then suddenly it appears out of nowhere. Yes, and I know that a lot of that relies on City Council infrastructure in terms of bus lanes and reliability on that front. But please keep pushing the council to build those reliability services you need, like bus lanes. Is that counting down? Yeah, it is. Cool. I'm kind of keen to give you a lot of time for questions because there's a lot we could dig into.
I've got you, Greg. I've got you.
Yeah, let's go for questions.
Okay. No, thank you so much for the for your time there. The time planning tool. Somebody mentioned that to me this morning, and I've asked a couple of questions around that. Somebody else said it wasn't working, so we'll come back.
It's just recently.
Yeah, it was. Sounds like it's been recent. Whack. So we'll come back and see if that is working or not. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, Chair. Kia ora, Fee. I'm sorry to see you in a sling. I'm looking forward to the midwinter ride too. So, and like I said to Anne, I just want to acknowledge the work that you do, huge amount of work that you and your team are involved with Spoke. So fantastic with that. I just wanted to get you to elaborate a little bit where you've put that around PT moving to a two-zone fare structure based on district boundaries. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. I was rereading my submission on the bus ride in, and I didn't have time to go back into the consultation material on my phone, but I really love at the moment how it's a flat fare across all of Greater Christchurch, and the more simple that structure is, the more people I think will just go, oh, I know what it's going to cost. So I understand like there's a fairness versus simplicity, and so like yes, Starfield's further away, so it should cost more, but at the same time, if people are like, oh, do I want to bus or drive, how many fares, how much is that going to cost? The more simple, the more effective. Ideally one fare for all of Greater Christchurch, but we've got to do what we can with the central government funding. Thank you.
Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, thank you for coming in, and yeah, your arm does look sore, so I hope that gets better soon. We had a presenter just previously who was talking about visiting friends and family out in Selwyn, and was talking particularly about Sundays and how, because they were making a connection to from the orbiter into another bus, and then the timings would take, like, it just would end up really long. Do you have a view on the Sunday frequencies? Because you talk about increasing frequencies, which often we might think about that being very general, but are there some specific days or times that you think really need an increase in frequency?
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Vicky. Yes, I certainly realise on a Sunday it's less optimal. I don't know why Sunday's less frequent, as it's like people don't go anywhere on a Sunday. No, that's not true. I do a lot of things on the weekends. I think minimum every bus should be 20 minutes frequency, ideally more than like 15-minute frequency for every service. My local bus is the 27, and I missed that by 30 seconds this morning, so I had to run down and catch the 125 and then transfer to the 1 and then catch that into town, and it's all a big palaver. I live on the outskirts of Christchurch and Hereward, and so there aren't many services near me, and they both go past within 10 minutes of each other. So normally if you miss one, you miss the other, and then you're waiting for an hour or whatever. So Sundays, certainly an increase in frequency, and also later at night, as Anne mentioned, later at night, like getting home from, if I go into town on a Friday night to go see a show or something, I can't get home after about 9:45. If the show finishes at 10:30, I'm walking 2 hours to get home. Yeah. Does that
Councillor
answer?
McKenzie.
If the government isn't going to fund this in any great form, or to the extent that you require, how are we going to pay for this? Have you got a view on that?
Yeah, good question. I don't really understand the fare structure in terms of like how much government contributes and how much rates contribute. And I understand that Eakend has a whole lot beyond public transport in terms of managing the environment. But there's got to be a balance in there. Like there's so many subsidies for car driving, and people don't even know they're being subsidised to drive their cars. So maybe some of the subsidy needs to come out of that. I know that's another central government decision rather than a local government decision, but user pays only goes so far. And if people are disincentivised to use it, then no one's paying for that service, and it's pointless.
Do you think, as an advocate for bicycling, you should understand the funding system? And I mean, it's one of the frustrations is we have lots of people say, oh, we want this service, we want this service, we want this service. But they actually, if they can't provide us with solutions as to how we fund that, or a view as to how we should fund that, isn't that a bit deficient?
I'm taking it as a personal attack, thanks. But I think that, rates should pay for things, and central government should subsidise things as well.
Is there any other questions? Thank you so much for your submission and taking the time to put the submission in, and your ideas that you have put into the into what you've delivered today. So it's much appreciated, and hopefully your arm gets better soon, and you'll be back on the bike and on the buses and doing all the stuff that you used to do. So thanks so much. We have a break now. The next submission isn't until 3:00. So what we will do is we will adjourn the meeting until 3:00 and come back at 3. Yeah, turn it on. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back to the our annual plan submissions. Next up, we have Federated Farmers of New Zealand, and we've got Lionel, Hume and Carl Dean presenting to us. Thank you very much for putting the time and making the effort to come in and speak to us. You have 15 minutes to speak, so the time is however you want to use it. Leave some time for questions because I imagine there'll be a few. And yeah, again, thank you for coming in, and over to you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for allowing us to make the submission. I won't go over it in complete detail. I'll just probably go through the highlights and then we'll go to questions because obviously you guys do have a few. So the main thing is we're following through looking at recommendations.
Just click your microphone back on.
Oh, right. Sorry. Just clicked off. So we're mainly looking at, in terms of the expenditure and rates, it's good to see that you have restrained and lowered versus the LTP. But obviously we would much rather see it come back down to rate of inflation, as you know, everyone is under a lot of pressure at the moment. And obviously district councils have put up a huge amount of rate increases as well. Obviously, again, going on to core services in terms of environmental regulation and protection, making sure that, you know, we ask that you don't do a biodiversity strategy until the central government's done their review, just to, you know, make sure we're not copying up and doubling up on expenses when we don't need to. In terms of in the hazards area, just to continue to build and maintain river management, flood control infrastructure to protect both rural and urban communities, including the regional economy from devastating effects of flooding, and further recommendation to maintain of an effective CDM capability, and we ask that that be appropriately resourced. In terms of public transport, that's funded by the ratepayers and that can access public transport. We do see there's still about 4% funding is provided by general rates based on property value, which can be quite significant when you add up rural ratepayers who don't have access to that public transport. Therefore, you know, we'd like to see that sort of pushed over time into targeted rates or user pays as well. The main concern we probably have is around the consent services and fees and charges. Probably the main concern is about the deposit rates for a start. We do obviously acknowledge simplifying the system is a great idea, but we just need to make sure that the deposit doesn't exceed the fixed rate of cost for any particular consent application, just to make sure there's not hassles with having to get reimbursements later. So as an example, you've got listed in your document a cost of $3,500 for a high quality consent, yet you want a $5,000 deposit. So just query that one in terms of if a farmer was going to go and pay a consultant a lot of money to make sure they got a high quality consent to make it easy on the council, why they would then have to put up more money than what would be required. Then we'll move on to any questions.
Thank you very much for that was a very quick run through of your very detailed submission. So we've got Councillor Burns first.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much. It is, as Deputy Chair Swiggs has said, it is a detailed submission, so thank you, and thank you again for coming in. Personally, I like it when people come in. I think that that whole face-to-face kanohi, ki te kanohi is the way to go. Look, I've got a couple of questions. One is on page 8 of your submission. You write that in regards to consent service fees and charges, 5.7, the point should be made that consenting processes do not only benefit the applicant, but also the general public and the environment. Therefore, a substantial contribution to consenting costs from the general public is justified. We've had a number of people come in today suggesting it should be significantly higher than what we're proposing in our annual plan. Do you have any comment on that one?
So in which way? Are you saying that people have come in saying that user pays should be higher, or that the general consent?
I guess just to kick off, in terms of justification of a contribution from a general rate, and that consenting processes and consents and people complying with consents do benefit the general public and the environment, I guess that's reasonably obvious. There need to be environmental limits, and that's, I guess, the public has an interest in that. Obviously, that benefits the environment. And I guess some of the people that have been saying that, consent holders should pay the whole lot, perhaps, or closer to it. Yeah, I think there's a strong case for a public contribution. There is a public benefit. The people that hold consents keep the economy ticking over, employ people, all that sort of stuff. So it's very difficult to separate beneficiaries from those that don't benefit. I would argue, or we would argue, that everyone benefits, and the environment stays in better nick because of consents and consenting processes.
I'll just add to that. Just in regards to consents, obviously the consent holder is 100% responsible for the costs of any issues or any reporting of that consent, whereas obviously the general public have no cost in that. So that's, the reporting guidelines and anything mandated by that consent is 100% on the consent holder. So it's only fair that, there is some general rate in the consent application phase.
Thank you. So using that rationale, on the previous page under public transport, you were suggesting that public transport is funded by ratepayers that can access public transport, and that it is funded by a combination of grants, targeted rates and user pays. Do you not accept that there is a general public good and a benefit to the environment there?
Well, if you can't use the system, though. If you talk to someone who's 3 hours away from public transport, and they've got a multi-million-dollar property and having to contribute a rate towards that, they're never going to use the system. As opposed to someone who's in a consenting regime, who is going to have benefit from the wider environment.
Yeah, thank you. That's fair enough. So using that, though, the fact that an Ashburton farm, should I be contributing to that as a resident of Waltham and Christchurch? Is there a benefit to me as a general public?
Well, you want a regional aspect in terms of maintaining of the environment and therefore of certain rules and regulations. And therefore, it makes sense that it benefits everybody from that regard, because that's more rules and regulations, not public transport and emissions and things like that.
Yeah, I'll move on now. We've got Councillor McKenzie.
In your submission, you talk about continued funding and you support the funding for floods and resilience. And you'll be aware that this year, in this recent rainfall event, I don't think we had any failure in our... In fact, I know we didn't have any failure in our flood protection infrastructure. So I hope you're aware of that. But when it comes to our priorities in terms of where we have a priority system as to where we put our effort in the first instance, other than our regulatory requirements, we are using the value of assets protected as a way of doing that, which actually pushes farmland down the list of priorities. Have you got a view on that? Have we got that right? We're not protecting farmland, but we are going to catchment areas where probably there's been a degree of urbanisation. So the value of the assets, the houses, the buildings, the infrastructure is of more value than pure farm areas.
Yeah, I guess that's a balancing act that always has to be done. I guess protecting human life is paramount, and protecting people's ability to make a living is also pretty important. It's people's lives as well. So it's a difficult balance to reach, I would suggest. Certainly, people being able to manage and run their farms effectively is pretty important, given that human life is paramount.
Yeah, I think it's obviously it makes sense to have that priority list. Probably makes sense to also, if a town was put in a higher rating, for instance, I think of Ashburton particularly. At the end of the day, as long as the landowners above the town knew that that was the case, and therefore that there may be a spill out event or what have you at this part of the river, because that's where we've made that breakout point, as opposed to having a breakout uncontrolled. So I think it's a difficult balancing act, and obviously the council's doing well at the moment to do that balancing as it sees.
Thanks. Any other questions? Well, we've got Federated farmers in the room. Councillor Edge.
Thanks very much for your submission. I'm kind of referring to page 4 of your submission, item 3.12, where you're suggesting that in order to be a responsible governance council, that we need to revise all our budgets to no greater than inflation, with a primary role of thinking about and planning for our future and the future of Canterbury. Do you think it's a realistic way of staying put, if you like, and keeping to just inflation without thinking about the future? Intergenerational benefit is derived from potentially expenditure on things that may come into effect further down the track. You're suggesting that if maybe we can't afford those in 1 year, that we don't do them? Is that what you're saying?
I would suggest that the aim to keep costs down, ideally within the rate of inflation, doesn't exclude looking to the future. It's a matter of how resources are proportioned, I guess. It's always important to look towards the future and plan for the future. I would suggest that cutting costs to a reasonable extent doesn't exclude doing that.
Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to pick up on, you make a comment particularly about Enviro Schools program, which I know you've commented on previous years as well. And I accept that education, generally speaking, is the government's sphere of influence, although I know that the mayors have recently been asked if they'd help with truancy, so maybe they're looking for us to do a bit more. But on the Enviro Schools program, we have a program set up that I know when I've looked at the numbers of schools, actually over half of the number of schools who've signed up and are participating or engaged and signed up to the Enviro Schools program are in rural areas. Some of them are kindy rather than primary or high school. And certainly through our zone committee, we've supported some of those Enviro School projects that they've done. I know one of our zone committee members who is a farmer in the Selwyn area came and joined his child on that program. And that's one of the things that's funded through our universal annual general charge. And so it's, it's a few dollars a year for everybody. And so, given that it seems unlikely to me that the government currently anyway would pick up and implement an environmental schools program of this type, if it were a case of have it or not, where do you sit with that? Given the cost is, I think at the moment maybe sub $10 a year for all ratepayers across ratepayers across Canterbury.
I think obviously what we're focusing on here is it shouldn't be the council's cost. It shouldn't be coming from ratepayers. And we would expect the council to put back pressure on the Ministry for Environment and the Ministry for Education, because they should be the ones funding that program.
Would Federated Farmers actively advocate? Because you actually seem to be quite good at advocating with our current government, so perhaps you could add that to advocacy and we will align with you and do the same. Is that an opportunity that we could collectively?
I can ask my higher-ups. Sounds like a good idea. Any other questions? If not, thank you so much for... Oh, sorry, we've got Councillor Robertson.
Sorry about that. I was a bit delayed in gathering my thoughts. Just with regards to the NPSIB and the biodiversity strategy, and you are saying that you prefer that the government doesn't review at the moment until they have assessed what needs reviewing. I'm just wondering, what is your reasons for suggesting that? Is it cost or just...
Well, I guess one of the reasons for suggesting it is that, just to start with, I was privileged to be part of a group that was talking about the environment, the biodiversity strategy, probably last year sometime, and it was generally agreed that the document we had was still reasonably fit for purpose. So our point is, why review it at this point when the government's still in the process of having a look at the national policy for Indigenous biodiversity, and why don't we wait till that settles down, then if we think it needs doing, then review the biodiversity strategy?
No. Okay, clarify.
Just for clarity, though, one document isn't actually mandatory. This one is actually currently still a necessary document to have put together. Whether or not the overarching framework is reviewed, we still have to put this in policy, this document. And I'm just wondering what the delay would be other than waiting for government. Oh, sorry.
The purpose for the delay is just so that we don't double up our effort. If we go ahead and review the thing, then if the government has different requirements or we're forced to comply with something different, namely the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity, then it seems a waste of effort to do the job twice.
Well, we'll bring it to an end there. Thank you so much for your time and coming in and speaking to us in person. And thanks for your advocacy on behalf of the people that you represent as well. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Charlotte Gavin. Yeah. Charlotte, so good to see you at the end of the table there. Thank you for coming in and making the time to speak with us. You have 10 minutes to speak. If you can use the time however you want, but make sure you leave some time at the end for questions. Over to you.
Thank you very much for letting me speak today. I basically just speaking in regards to the bus route extensions. And predominantly we're looking at Belfast, but of course Horswell areas could take advantage of this. We were disappointed to hear that you didn't achieve funding for your core business assessment from LTNZ. I've got that right. And you're asking for the Christchurch City Council for that fund. We are, of course, in support of any planning, particularly if it comes to results and expanding the bus routes for Belfast area. We have, and so basically I'm going to give you the sales pitch, so let's see I might give you a test at the end. So we've got the Belfast area plan was adopted by Council 2010. It was an extensive document that took 6 years to develop. It's basically taking Belfast, that was predominantly a rural area, and we're now into mostly residential, and under the 2012 city planning rules, the residential is 15 sections per hectare, so your average section size is between 400 to 450 square metres, and back in my day when I was studying planning, that is high density, and now it's called medium density. So we're being jammed into a rural area, and we don't have a lot of facilities, for instance, footpaths or anything like that, are all lagging. So we've, between 1996 and 2023, we've increased from 3,600 residents to 8,900 residents, and estimated to hit 15,000 by 2041. I suspect we're slightly below that, but you just need another economic hit and we're away again. So I agree that ECAN and Christchurch City should collaborate to support growth. We are a key district to providing funds for capital improvements to Christchurch City, with an estimated 49 million being just generated from us in development contributions alone, let alone millions per annum in rates. And we would like to see some infrastructure and facilities and bus routes for that. From a developer's point of view, if we're going to sell sections and create a community, we need something to sell. And we need a bus route, footpaths, the other stuff. But the bus is actually quite essential to people, and particularly if you're condensing them into smaller areas. I'll just go on to the next slide to show you a picture. So I don't know about you, but the kids have cars, wives have cars, every household has about 4 cars. And then you've got your garages full with your gym and your laundry, so there's no way that's going in there.
I wish. That's all.
So we've got a lot of cars on our streets. In some instances, they completely block it because the streets are too narrow. And in a lot of instances, I hate to see it, we're getting a lot of crime, a lot of vehicle break-ins, etc. So we're hoping that if we had an efficient bus route servicing these people, that currently on average 2 kilometre walk away from a bus stop on the main North Road, we would like to see them closer, less cars, and easier flow. So at the present moment for this particular district, they are using the railway line as a shortcut to get to the bus stop. And we're trying to stop that, but it's easier said than done. If we had a bus actually coming down this road, I think we'd be fairly successful in stopping them walking on the railway line. Not just children, adults as well. And it's not safe. We've had 4 people killed on the Belfast section of railway line since 2006. So it's not safe. They shouldn't be there. So give us some tools to give them. So we also did a brief questionnaire of the residents just on Facebook. We had 101 residents responded. 64 of those residents already catch the bus daily, and 96 of them would like to catch the bus regularly if it went down this particular road. So that's a 50% increase in users, and that was just from a small focus group. So Belfast in general, when you look at us in comparison to the rest of the city, apparently to your September 2024 statistics, we are number 32 out of 80 districts that most use the bus. So we're in the top 40% of the highest bus users, with over almost 460 residents per day using the bus service. So it's well utilised. I don't think it'll be a waste of money if you put a bus route down there. And if I just hone back, the Belfast area plan actually, 2010, suggests this particular bus route. So we've got residents relying on a plan provided by the council, and then we get you two played off against each other. So council wants to grow a community, so let's get them to pay for the planning that's going to put that into effect. So just through to the last screen. Hope you appreciate all the colours I use. So it's all very on brand. So the Christchurch City Council effectively wants to create a canvas that offers vibrant urban experiences and a place to grow great neighbourhoods. We're all keen on that. Growing districts, we should be able to rely on these Belfast area plans, these plans being made. And we need the Christchurch City Council and ECAN to collaborate. And that requires money, and but they'll sure as anything, once we fill up these sections and sell these properties, they will get it. So we support ECAN's funding request to assess high growth districts' public transport needs in Christchurch and get it executed in the long-term plan. Any questions?
Thank you very much for coming and speaking. We've got a question from Councillor Sinkle, then Councillor Scott.
Thanks for your presentation, and I was trying to work out where it was and where it could be. I'm totally foreign to the area. So is your expectation that we increase the service to the different route, or just transfer it across, and I guess a subsidiary to that, what, I guess, disadvantages if you were transferring from one road to a different route?
So I had considered that, and I'm no expert, but I would love to sit down with your team for probably 10 minutes and they'd go, yep, no. One initial thought was to perhaps put the extend the route through. It currently stops at the Northwood Supercentre, so it would just then carry on down Radcliffe Road and Blakes Road. Sorry, it's very difficult without a picture. But then I do have to make sure that you recapture those people on Main North Road on the correct side. So there's a few logistics there. But the one thing I did have an idea of last night is you've got the Kaiapoi Express bus. So the Kaiapoi Express bus could technically, no, it's not so express, but they go down our northern motorway. Belfast has an off-ramp. They off that ramp. This particular development's very close to that off-ramp. They could technically do a, I reckon, 10-minute max circuit back onto the ramp, and you could be the Kaiapoi Belfast Express. And you, Dion, you said something about it's all about how you sell the bus and make it fast. If it's fast, people will love it. So we will wind up, rather than people standing on the one side of the road to carry on into town, on the left-hand side, for instance, if it's an express bus going down the road, I reckon they'll scoot the other side and grab it.
So you're thinking that people want to go to the city, I'm not questioning, or are they more interested in maybe the more traditional route to schools or others up Papanui Road and the like?
From the study that we did, most were city and a few to Pap High, but even the kids are going to the city and then going from the city to their schools.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I admire your optimism. Still having an express bus taking 10 minutes longer, but my question for you is this: in the 2009 Belfast area plan, you said that there was an expectation that public transport uplift would happen, and then you mentioned during your presentation that all those sections are just about sold. So is there an expectation that once that fills out, there will be a bus service?
Yes.
Councillor Davies.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. I think I just wanted to ask really around, obviously the spatial plan, Belfast has quite an optimistic future as a terminal for the mass rapid transit. So has that gone into shape any of your thinking in the future of Belfast?
So what were you talking about? I'm sorry, I've missed the...
Oh, so basically the Greater Christchurch Partnership, the councils of Greater Christchurch have, we've signed off on a plan, the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan, which has a corridor running from Belfast through the city to Hornby that's going to be a turn up and go light rail or a bus system. So it would be quite transformative for Belfast.
Meanwhile, give us a bus. I'll believe it when I see it.
So we've got Councillor Edge and then Mackenzie, and then we'll wrap it up after that.
Just a query about your comment on the people using the railway line. I'm not sure what the width of the corridor is, but there is a pedestrian cycleway runs through a Fendleton part of the rail corridor. Does your part that you're talking about, is that something that is feasible?
It was on the long-term plan. It's 22 metres wide, is from width to width. However, apparently that's been dumped, and I don't know why. That's another question. But it's also on the wrong side of the railway line. So we've had it priced up for residents in that Springgrove area to cross the railway by an overbridge type of thing, and by the time you do pedestrian kind of ramps, etc., the council costed it at $7 to $10 million.
Yes, it was.
So we're just going to walk around it.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks, Charlotte. And you touched on how you might fund some of these things, which is good. But we asked the West Melton Darfield area whether they wanted to pay a special targeted rate to fund a bus to go into Rolleston. Do you think there's any appetite? You've said there's expectations in Belfast for the extra service. That looks unlikely to come unless we get more money out of government. But do you think there's an appetite for the Belfast residents to pay a super targeted rate to get the service they want?
It's a real tricky one because Belfast traditionally is a lower socio-economic area, and it's okay for somebody like me to say yes, that would be fine, but I think we'd have a significant impact on those people utilising the bus. I heard you did talk about a zone type of proposal, whereas different zones in Christchurch go out of town and got charged differently. I think that's very sensible. It's adopted everywhere in the world when you travel, so I don't see why they couldn't do that here. So I guess in some sort of way we could manage that, but it's also got to be a numbers game. So if we've got the numbers and are filling the buses, then we'll make it up. That's what the core business study is for, I guess.
Yes, and that is going to come. So again, thank you very much, Charlotte, for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us in our annual plan hearings. It's and your advocacy for the space has been well received. So thank you very much. We have Malcolm Long as our last submitter for the day from the Opawaho Heathcote, and are they here yet? Oh, okay, no, that's fine. We'll get there through that. We'll just take a few minutes and wait for them. They were meant to be on at 3:45, so as soon as they come in, we will crack straight into it. Yeah, just a brief intermission while we wait. Councillors, we'll get back into the last submission for the day. Thank you very much for being slightly early, because we were slightly early as well. So welcome, Malcolm Long, and you can introduce the other person that you've got down the end there with you to do your submission. Again, thank you for coming in. It's over to you. You have 10 minutes. You can use the time however you want, but my suggestion would be to leave some time for questions at the end.
Sure. Kia ora. May I introduce Quentin McDonald, who's the chair of the Opawaho Hethkett River Network, and thanks for the opportunity to present today. We really just wanting to say positive things, largely, encouraging things, shall we say. We represent a community voice for the river. I think you know us quite well. We won't dwell on that. Firstly, about biodiversity, we're strongly supporting the priorities that you're already undertaking to work with communities, that's the important word, to protect priority habitats, and the idea of the concept of completing a refresh of the biodiversity strategy. We strongly support that. We think it's very timely. And we want to thank you for going ahead with the targeted fund. I think it's going to make a big difference. To us, community action is always a good investment for agencies. Firstly, it's a good investment for the biodiversity itself, but also, and perhaps just as importantly, or in a sort of a cyclic building way, it's community building. And if one builds the other. So we think it's timely to put in this supportive action. And if we could say anything, it would be don't fall into temptation to reduce it or constrain it, but look at ways of expanding it, because every dollar that you spend on the community action is multiplied many times as you go.
Yep, thanks. We certainly support a regional pest management plan. That's something that's become apparent to us. The threats to biodiversity in our South Christchurch along the Awa. We're looking at eradicating Glyceria maxima, which is a real threat to the waterway. We have support from the community board for that. We're just about starting trapping along the river, and we're seeking to improve community awareness of pest plants. That still is a challenge. It's frustrating for some of our volunteers as we, are working in reserves and we can see that the weeds are coming from next door. So we're trying to take this sort of three-pronged approach to maintaining biodiversity. We're finding that funding for work on public land is hard to come by. So, we do think, again, as Malcolm said, there's a lot of value in supporting communities to do this vital work. Just sort of changing topic for a moment, we're pleased to see some thinking about climate change resilience. It's an issue in our catchment in the Pawaho. We are preparing a report ourselves about issues on the in the catchment, and we just want to point out that it's not just sea level rise, it's also floods and fires. And for a large part of South Christchurch, that's at least as bad a risk. So we really encourage the development of the concept of a regional climate adaptation fan. And I think this is so big that we can't just rely on any particular branch of local government to deal with it. I think, the territorial authorities and the runanga and the community groups all need to be working together to think about adaptation, what it looks like. Everything from where we put our plants and what sort of plants we put along the river to thinking about low flammability on the hills. And just to kind of finish off, or want to reiterate that all our interactions with Environment Canterbury staff have been excellent. We've had some fantastic advice. We have regular contact with a staff member who comes to our meetings regularly, and we really appreciate it. We know that the staff are busy and that they have a lot to do, and our river is small in the overall scheme of Canterbury, but we do appreciate the effort that staff has made and the friendly interactions we've had with them. So is that it? Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for making special mention for the staff. They often kind of get forgotten in some of these conversations, so it's appreciated that you've made that effort. I've got questions from councillors, starting with Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure the CE already knew that, but it's always reassuring to hear about your staff, so thank you again for that. Last year at the LTP, we heard repeatedly the benefits for projects and financial benefits of agency-supported, community-driven initiatives. I just want to acknowledge how you have not so much herded cats, but the number of localised community groups that work within the network. I want to acknowledge that. And I do have two very quick questions. One is, have you seen any benefits to the river with issues around sedimentation off the Port Hills, or do you see it moving backwards? Very briefly, without getting into but just a general gist you might have.
You should see it today. I mean, it's just, yeah. I mean, one of the frustrations I think for us is not having a baseline. Anecdotally, we feel that while the flood control methods have worked, they are giving us longer periods of fine sediment in the river, would be our anecdotal observations. We're thinking about how we can quantify that, and we've talked to the council as well about whether, automated turbidity measurements are possible. But it looks to us that, probably from now on, the river's going to be brown. And that puts a lot of pressure on the life there and makes the tributaries an important refuge, probably for the life that's in the river. So,
sorry.
Could I just add? Obviously, the ponds up there are trapping quite a lot of sediment. There's no doubt, but there's huge amounts gets through. So it just adds to the priority of dealing with the Port Hills to some degree.
That takes to my second question, which you've kind of answered, but I was going to say, so could you see a benefit of using some of the targeted biodiversity rates for Christchurch for that sedimentation control on some of those finer catchment areas along this side of the Port Hills?
Yes. I mean, I think we don't really, ideally we won't have a piecemeal solution, and we're also encouraging the council to think of their Port Hills plan and land usage. So again, it's sort of like, I think, a multi-level thing. So, yeah.
Next, we've got Councillor Mackenzie, and then Councillor Scott.
Thanks. And I just wanted to just get some clarity around your support for the Environmental Adaptation Fund. Is it what you call it? Where are we? I'm on the wrong page. Yeah, no, yes. And you say that you support that concept, which is good. I guess the concern, I think, around some councillors around this table when that's been proposed is that that fund might be used in mitigating climate change rather than adapting to the risks of climate change. And so I'm just making clear that you're supporting it as a concept for adapting to climate change. So I guess when we debated it, I think it was in the last council, it was this might buy more electric buses, which is mitigating, as opposed to actually doing stuff in the environment, which would then allow the environment to adapt. But you're clearly in the camp for supporting this if it's an adapting.
Yeah, if we don't look forward and make those adaptation changes and have some sort of funding that's going to be able to be applied to it, and not just applied to roads and the bigger things which might suck up all of it, but the other more environmental aspects of it. Yeah, but not just mitigation, that's for sure.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I've had this conversation before with people regarding Port Hill sediment, and not all of it, but a considerable amount of it comes from those highly dispersive clay soils, which, they take forever to settle out. Is there any understanding at all that some of that stuff is beyond what you can do at all?
Yeah, that's fair. it's a pity we did anything on the Port Hills, like build things and put roads and developments, but there we have, and we have to accept that, but we can at least try to mitigate it as much as we can and put some priority into that. But it'll be long term. It'll be after we're all dead and gone before it has an effect.
I'll just point out, I mean, there are multiple, if we think of, say, planting the gullies as a solution with, low flammability native plants, there's lots of advantages to that. So we can solve multiple problems at once, and I think that's one. But yeah, I mean, we're always going to get a certain level of settlement. There's no way we can get out of that at this point.
And we'll finish off with Councillor Southworth.
Thank you. So just on those sediment issues, I understand there was some conversation previously, and it would be a city council thing to pick up on, but actually using flocculants potentially to drop some additional sediment out, and there's a cost component to that, obviously, but it might be worth advocating to them to keep that on the possible retrofit. In terms of you mentioned about pest plants and them sort of being like over the neighbour's fence, which I've certainly heard that also spoken about in some other catchments in Christchurch. And so there's that raising awareness. Do you think that's something that the environment, our organisation, should be leading on and doing a wide, hey, these are actually pest weeds, but they're not in our plan yet. So, but it'd be great if you took them out in your garden. Or is that something that would be better done in collaboration or potentially funding community organisations to sort of be more in their local area as a more local advocate? What do you think would work best?
I don't think it's either or, to be honest. I do think there's a place for the sort of weed busters type level of approach. But one of the things we do see is, like, when we look at our groups, a lot of them are battling different weeds. Like, it's quite interesting how it's not the same weed along the whole catchment. There's often localised, and that will have spread out or come from those neighbourhoods. So it's a little bit of both. I think we just need to get people thinking, particularly with respect to certain tree species. I do think that's something that ECAN could really help with. Like, I do think getting the message out that sycamores are weeds, for example, would really help. But there's still a place for us to have a bit more fine-grained information about, neighbourhood by neighbourhood or reserve by reserve.
And a message coming from us is not the same as the message coming from an agency. And sometimes it comes home a little bit more easily, lands a little bit more easily. Somebody who's nurtured some terrible weed in their backyard because they've liked it, some huge hedge row of conister, might hear it differently from us than it comes from an agency. So I think both of us working to some degree separately, but also with some strategic purpose, is the way to go.
Thank you so much. And just on that, I mean, I find it bizarre that you can go down to Mitre 10 and buy some Russell lupins. It always, whenever I see it, I do find it bizarre. So we'll leave it at that for beautiful flowers at the end of a council meeting. But thank you so much for your presentation today, and we appreciate the advocacy and the work that you do for our waterways.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you.
So we will now adjourn the meeting for a return tomorrow at 9:45. Now, just note the new time for 9:45 tomorrow, 6th of May 2025. So we're going to put a motion up on the screen that we will adjourn the meeting till that time, because our first submission is at 9:50, because the first one that's on your run sheets has pulled out. So we'll just get that motion up there.
We don't actually have one, but we can take a mover in a second.
Oh, well, I just need a mover for the motion to Councillor Mackay and Councillor Ward. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against?
Aye.
Well, that's carried. Thank you very much for the councillors online. We will be back here at 9:45. See you tomorrow.